Okay, so good morning, everyone. I hope you have scanned the QR code and the click at the the Google form for your attendance
Okay.
already. So let
So,
us
good
start.
morning, everyone. So,
I hope
ladies and
you have
gentlemen, welcome to the
scanned the QR
second
code
day of
and
the
the
Trinity Research
or
and
click at the
Idea International Congress, or Triicon, with the theme Striving for Sustainable Communities Through Health Promoting Technology and Ideas. So, this is a 2-day multidisciplinary webinar which aims to show the interrelatedness of people and how each and every one of us can move slowly but surely towards a attainable, attainment of a sustainable community. So our parallel session is all about the sustainable planetary health and diagnostics and pharmaceuticals. So I am Mr. Jaden Aguilar, your facilitator and moderator for this parallel session. Okay, so before everything else, I would like to present the house rules that all participants should follow. Right? So again, yeah, house rules. So first of all, participants are required to attend all the sessions from April 26 to 27, whether they are attending through Zoom platform or viewing the try icon in the website. So the attendance link will be posted again for a specific time only every session. So failure to attend any of the session will forfeit the privilege of receiving a certificate of participation. Number two, evaluation will be given on April 27, so today po, right after the plenary session. And the attendance to all of the session, as well as the result of the evaluation, will be the basis and the release of the certificate with CPD points, as well as the certificate for CPD, self-directed learning, or STL. All right. So um before everything else, let us now proceed with the invocation led by the Reverend Father Kadiogan, our university chaplain.
Isaiah 40 verses 12 through 18 before we pray. Who has measured the waters in the hollow of his hand and marked off the heavens with a span, enclosed the dust of the earth in a measure, and weighed the mountains in scales and the hills in a balance? See, he takes up the isles like pine dust. Lebanon would not provide fuel enough, nor are its animals enough for a burnt offering. All the nations are as nothing before him. They are accounted by him as less than nothing and emptiness. To whom then will you liken God, or what likeness compare with him? Let us pray. Almighty God, the source of all, Almighty God, the source of life, knowledge, and wisdom, thank you for creating us and the entire universe for your great purpose. We praise you for our wonderful capacity to observe, to discover, to understand, and to do what is good and beneficial to all. By thinking of ideas and creating technologies that could help and sustain communities, particularly on matters of health. And so we praise and thank you for this opportunity for research outputs to be presented and discussed, for participants to learn in this Trinity Research and Idea International Congress 2023, given the theme Striving for Sustainable Communities Through Health Promoting Technologies and Ideas. We thank you for the work of the organizers, the haha, testing.
Okay. So thank you, Father
Kadiogan, for that heartfelt prayer. So let us proceed with our program proper. So it is my privilege to introduce to you our speakers for today. Okay, so our first speaker earned his bachelor's and master's degrees in biology from the De La Salle University of the Philippines. So shifting his academic gears a little, he graduated from the Graduate School of Science and Engineering of Ehime, Japan. So since then, he has been actively teaching as an associate professor at his alma mater, De La Salle, um, and conducting various research on understanding the dynamics, ecology, and control of dengue and other mosquito-borne diseases. He is now here today to talk about the importance of nanobiosensors and its application to health. So let us all welcome Dr. Tadeus Carvajal.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. So thank you very much. I apologize for my camera right now. So I'll be sharing my screen, okay, on this case, right? All right, so first and foremost, I like to congratulate all of the organizers actually for the Triicon, especially to Dr. Howell T. Ho and to the different deans of the Trinity University of Asia. So for today, I'll be talking more about the short course in nanobiosensors and its application to health. So to give you a brief outline of this, we will go through on how we try to use, design, and also apply nanobiosensors, not only in research, but also hopefully in the future in our daily lives. Okay. So, of course, rapid detection is the most important thing that we have in health because when we do what we call rapid detection, we actually do what we call early detection. And from this early detection, what happens is that we will have early treatment or prevention, therefore going for early recovery or protection. And of course, due to the early detection, treatment, and recovery, we actually become productive or create what we call a better quality of life. And of course, that is what we want to sustain or what we want to become sustainable in this particular planet. Okay. Now, one of the constraints in existing diagnostics is that there are there's a variety of reasons. So first, they're actually very expensive. As we all know from the last pandemic that we had, we can see that existing diagnostics for COVID-19 was actually expensive at first and became a bit cheaper at the later end. Of course, number one, another constraint is that it is actually fragile, meaning that when you have samples from the field, when you put them in harsh environments, they actually degrade a lot. There are poor performance in complex matrices. Normally, it requires skilled personnel to operate. More important thing that we saw in the last pandemic, it requires laboratory infrastructure that requires actually electricity, refrigeration, and also sanitary area. At most part, even though that we have very fast, what we say fast diagnostics, it's still time consuming, making it like 24, 48, or even 72 hours before your result would come out. Now, normally we could look at either phenotypic or genotypic, but not actually both. So we either use one or the other. And when we look at actually like the Philippines, at certain areas or provinces, some diagnostics are not applicable in certain resource poor settings. So in this particular case, these are one of the constraints in our existing diagnosing for this time. But right now, we need a paradigm shift in diagnostic development. Here, we try to look at um, what rapid diagnostics could actually do. So, for example, if you have livestock shared with certain diseased animals, normally what we have is that, or even in humans, you have a sample collection, you process the sample, you perform the test, you compile the results, and you have what we call try to analyze the results. Certain diagnostics right now is that you just, or point of care testing procedures is that there's already one a particular package that would actually do all of this, and it will try to analyze your results immediately. So this is actually what we call early detection. There's a decrease of problem of resistance, economical, minimizing your mortality, preventing disease transmission, and avoiding long-term effects of disease, long-term disease, and increase actually profitability, because you don't need to actually do a lot of these mechanisms in order for you to get the result that you desired. Okay. So what are biosensors? So biosensors are, it's actually very common to all of us. So it's an analytical device used for detection of biological or chemical substance that combines a biological component with a physical chemical detector. Some of the biosensors that we have right now that are very common are glucose monitoring. So you have actually this strips that you put your blood into it, and then you put it on this device in order for you to measure quantitatively the amount of glucose in your blood. Some we have actually your alcohol sensor wherein that you breathe in. And the most common biosensor that we have is the pregnancy test that uses actually a latex assay wherein you just put your urine, and then eventually you would know if whether your sample would be positive or negative. Okay. Now, there are many areas or application for biosensors. And of course, one of the key things here is actually disease detection. So what we want to actually apply your nanobiosensors is actually through what we call disease detection. Okay. Now, another thing with nanobiosensors is what we call nanotechnology. Now, as you can see earlier, certain biosensors would actually try to use different materials in this case. But for nanobiosensors, we try to use what we call nanotechnology. And normally, these are materials that have a nanometer length scale. And nanotechnology is a creation of useful or functional materials, devices, and systems that through the control and manipulation of matter on a nanometer length. Okay, so meaning maliit talaga siya in this particular sense. And we have a variety of nanomaterials that we actually use. So you have your nanospheres, nanotubes, wires or rods, thin films, layered structures, and bulk nanomaterials or polycrystals. So these are different nanomaterials that are available, but only a few of them are actually used in health diagnostics. So by merging your nanotechnology and biosensors, we create what we call the term nanobiosensor. So here we utilize the use of nanotechnology and also biotechnology and also what we call sensor technology. All of this would actually try to create what we call this new emergence of field of nanobiosensors in trying to address certain health issues, particularly infectious diseases, in order for us to create what we call rapid detection kits. All right. Now, our nanobiosensor journey for this short course is actually trying to look at the different elements. So here, I'll just try to go through them very fast. Of course, this particular course normally takes about a month. So just to give you an idea, so the nanobiosensor journey starts with what we call the analyte. So this is an important part. Next would be your bioreceptors. Next would be your transducers. And lastly would be actually the signal generation. Okay. Now, for analytes, any analytes coming from food, saliva, or any organic material would be suited for nanobiosensors. So, for example, in bacteria, okay, you can see that some targets of the analytes would be actually your cell wall. It can be actually the DNA itself and also what we call the flagellum. In viruses, on the other hand, typically analytes that we target for detecting is actually from the nucleic acid genome or from the spike projections that would actually come from it. An example of spike projections are some of your flu rapid detection test, okay, like the for the H5N1 nucleic acid genome, majority of your not majority, but some of your tests there, including what we call including COVID, for example, COVID-19, would actually use what we call a nucleic acid genome in their routinary RT-PCR. But in rapid diagnostics, normally you would actually look for certain structures that would bind into your diagnostic kits. Okay, so and for bioreceptors, on the other hand, normally we need a way to capture these analytes in a certain way. So some of your biosensors, they would actually be attached, they would have attached themselves certain antibodies that will actually capture what we call your analytes in this particular case. In most cases, certain biosensors would have what we call a DNA probe in order to capture what we call any DNA or RNA of your choice. So it really actually depends on what level of analyte and bioreceptor that you'll be using in order for you to design your own nanobiosensor. Now, for transducers, on the other hand, we have actually several steps that we would actually go here. So first, before looking at on this part, we need to know what are the different type of nanomaterials that we use. In our laboratory or research facility, we actually use what we call gold nanoparticles. Okay, so one example of gold is that it is actually relatively easy to prepare with controlled sizes, morphology, and surface properties. Gold nanoparticles, when they aggregate, they actually change in color. So you can see that the aggregation size or the size of the gold nanoparticle would actually create what we call different variety of colors. Hence, what will happen is that it would, when you try to use what we call your spectrophotometer, it would also give you different wavelengths of absorbance. So the gold nanoparticles have a strong light scattering and absorption at a Renaissance frequency. They are facile conjugation to a variety of biomolecular ligands, meaning that they are very flexible on what kind of bioreceptors that you would try to glue into it, and it would actually act as a sensor in this particular case. And what makes it very advantageous is that it has what we call your biocompatibility. Another type of your spirus nanomaterials is also what we call your magnetic nanoparticles. So typically, these magnetic nanoparticles have what we call a magnetic core inside. And what happens is that you can try to coat it with any particular organic material, and then you could actually have what we call attach a chemical component into it for capturing, for example, your analyte in this case. Magnetic nanoparticles have ease of synthesis as well, just as well as your gold nanoparticles, and readily easy to be customized. One of the good thing about gold nanoparticles is that its ability to bind to multiple targeted compounds, which has what we call a large surface to volume ratio. Magnetic nanoparticles are used for separation. Typically, if you want to concentrate a particular analyte that you like from, for example, an environmental sample, then you can use your magnetic nanoparticles to capture them first and to separate it from your non-targets in order for you to achieve higher detection rate in your samples. And of course, this it is biodegradable as well. Now, in trying to attach, if you can see, you saw earlier that you have what we call you have here your biosensor or your nanomaterial, for example, and you have what we call your bioreceptors with your analytes. So the big question there is that how do we attach your bioreceptors to the transducers. Now, there's what we call an area called immobilization chemistry. Now, it serves like a glue that attaches your bioreceptors to its transducers. And one thing about that we need to know in choosing the type of immobilization chemistry is that first we like to check if whether the type of transducing surface that will depend on your design for signal transduction. Second, immobilization should be selective. You have what we call control over the orientation, and extensive receptor modification must be avoided in order for you to ensure that you'll be trying to capture the needed analyte that you have. In immobilization chemistry, there are certain types that we will have. So I will not go through this very extensively, but for immobilization, we have either from chemistry, the type of bond that you would have from your nanomaterial, it's either what we call covalent and non-covalent. Okay, and typically, you also have what we call a certain orientation that where your bioreceptor would actually look like. So you have what we call random orientation or what we call a uniform orientation. So as you can see here, when you say random orientation, meaning that any side of this particular analyte will try to actually bind into the surface of your bioreceptor. So you can see that sometimes the arrow points to right, points to the upper right, points to the down left, etc. So this is what we call the random orientation. This also goes, but in uniform, normally you can see that all of your analytes are actually pointed to the same direction in this particular case. Okay, so just to give you some examples of non-covalent random orientation, so your polyaniline beads or your PANI, which are termed to be also magnetic nanoparticles, would actually serve as one example of using what we call a non-covalent random orientation. So what it does is that it tries to absorbs, for example, absorb rather proteins on an oppositely charged surface via what we call ionic bonds. So that's why it's termed to be non-covalent random orientation. So the protein can be either like this or can be pahaba, ganyan, or can be on the side. So you can see that the orientation there would actually become what we call random. Okay. Some covalent random orientation that you would have here is somehow this example here where you can see a gold nano particle that is with a citrate layer. So here what happens is that once that your target analyte comes into contact into it, you can see that some of them would actually be in different orientations in this particular case. And what happens is that it tries to only capture, for example, one area, but eventually this protein that you would have or your oligonucleotide would still be at a different orientation in this case. Now, for uniform orientation, we use what we call the biotin-avidin or what we call the streptavidin interaction. So here, what you can see in this area is what we call the biotin-avidin interaction. So normally, in the surface, you have what we call you would have what we call um, as your your biotin, and then on the surface of your analyte would have what we call the avidin, so that the orientation when it tries to capture it would be actually what we call uniform. Okay. So another would be your protein AG mediated. So normally this is an example of a covalent uniform orientation as well. Okay, so here you can see that there's a specific binding of the antibody to its target antigen that can be localized by what we call an immunoglobulin binding capability of protein A. So here you can see that this is an example of your immobilization. Okay. Now, for signal generation, okay, on this particular case, so we actually look at what electronic electronic system and the types of signal generation capabilities that your nanobiosensors could actually have. So here we have several signal generation types. It can be optical, it can be electrical, electrochemical, your piezoelectrical, magnetic spin, or your thermistor. But here I will just concentrate on two based on what we are currently doing right now. So one would be optical, wherein that you can see that there is actually a change in coloration in for your nanobiosensor. So for example, if you have already a probe or a capture probe and you put it here with your non-target DNA and target DNA, there would be what we call either non-hybridization or hybridization on this particular part. Due to the non-hybridization, when mixed with your gold nanoparticle, it will try to actually interact with those single-stranded DNA. However, for those that have hybridized, they're they're not able to actually interact. So when you try to put a salt or even an acid in this particular solution, they tend to actually aggregate. So what happens is that since that um, this red coloration actually protects your gold nanoparticles. Hence, the size of the gold nanoparticles for that solution is remains intact. Hence, saying that the solution or the sample that you have is actually negative for the analyte. However, if for example that you have HCl or salt that interacts with your gold nanoparticles, what happens is that they try to aggregate in this particular sense, hence changing their size and then changing actually their changing their color. And when you try to look at them at your spectrophotometers, for example, for example, this nano drop, you can see that there's a change in your wavelength, okay, of in response to the absorbance that the light could have based on the nanobiosensors that you currently use. Okay, so this is an example of an optical. Okay, another that we use as well is what we call the electrochemical. So we have here a screen printed carbon, okay, carbon electrochemical paper. And what happens is that when you put here inside, for example, um, your immobilization chemistry for streptovidin or biotin, as well as this one, then if what happens is that if there is what we call a positive charge, then or I mean a positive result, then you could actually get this particular electrical signal. However, if there's none, then you can get to see that you only have this particular one. So this goes to show you that the binding or the chemistry of it could actually produce what we call certain electrical changes that would actually let you determine whether your sample is positive or what we call negative. Now, going through all of what we talked about, the analytes, the bioreceptor, transducers, and signals, there have been many papers already that have that been published for using nanobiosensors. So we'll try to go through them very quickly. So this is what we call the design and application in the detection of your pathogens in this particular case. So first, one purpose that we have in this particular design is that we use an electrically active magnetic nanoparticle as a magnetic concentrator of DNA targets and a novel structure transducer in the electrochemical detection of DNA. Here, what you can see here is that this is the magnetic nanoparticle, which is SPANI, and it has what we call a detector probe. So this is actually DNA based, okay? And we also have what we call a biotinylated peptide capture probe, wherein it has also your DNA here. So when you try to mix them with your target DNA, of course, what will happen is that it will try to hybridize with your magnetic nanoparticle as well as with your biotinylated capture probe. And here, if you have what we call a urine or, for example, a blood sample, in this particular case, you can use a magnet to separate actually the target DNA. Afterwards, what you can do is that your screen printed carbon electrode would actually have what we call your gold nanoparticle and also your streptavidin. From there, what you can do here is that once the concentrated uh, part or solution from your magnetic separation, you can put them into the screen printed carbon electrode, wherein that the biotinylated would then try to react with your streptavidin. So this is actually what we term to be called a very uniform orientation. From there, because that there is what we call a chemical reaction with the binding of your streptavidin and also your biotin, what happens is that when placed into a computer, then you would get to see what we call your results, wherein that you would find if whether it's going to be positive or negative. Okay. Now, there are some examples, okay, for example, here wherein that they use a magnetic nanoparticle in order for them to detect what we call Bacillus anthracis. And we all know what Bacillus anthracis can do, not only for our livestock, but also in humans per se. So remembering what we had earlier for analytes, bioreceptor, transducer, and also signal, when reading this paper, you need to actually get these four concepts in order for you to to have a glimpse or the overall picture of what your nanobiosensor would look like. So for their analytes, they use a DNA fragment from the PAG-A gene of the Bacillus anthracis, and that is what we call your target DNA, wherein that you have two 25 base oligonucleotide probes that are attached. Okay, so there, that is one and two. Okay, and what are the transducers? You have what we call your magnetic, and the metallic are your gold nanoparticles in this particular case. And the signal is actually an electrochemical method wherein that you have a screen printed carbon electrode that would be used in order for you to know whether you have a positive or whether the gene or the microorganism of choice would be actually present in your sample or not. Okay, so that is one particular application that is actually used by using what we call nanobiosensors. Next, here is that they use a gold nanoparticle labeled biosensor for rapid and sensitive detection of what we call your bacterial pathogens. And one particular bacterial pathogen that they use is actually your E. coli 0157H7. And what did they use in this case? It's somehow the same design. However, the application is different since that you're looking at E. coli 0157H7. So these are rather than an oligonucleotide or a DNA probe, they use what we call antibody antigen as their bioreceptors and also analytes respectively. So here you have a specific antigen, and the bioreceptor is a antibody that would actually capture it. So here is an example of your of your antibody. Okay, so if you have your E. coli here inside in your sample, then the monoclonal antibody with your magnetic nanoparticle would actually bind to the bacteria itself. And once that happens, you can separate that from your non-target samples that you have in your solution. Next, you would actually try to add your biotinylated, wherein that the biotinylated monoclonal antibody for E. coli would bind then to your to your bacteria. And once that happens, you can actually use that in your SPCE in order for you to know if whether, for example, it would be positive or negative. Okay. Gold nano here, on the other hand, rather than using what we call your magnetic nanoparticles, we use gold nanoparticles for colorimetric assay. So here, as you can see, these are gold nanoparticles with your DNA probe that are attached. So if you have a target sample, it will try to actually hybridize. And when you apply what we call salt or HCl, it retains actually the size, or there's no aggregation that will happen in your solution. However, if it's a non-target, like what you'll see here, what happens is that since that there's no hybridization that happened with your gold nanoparticles, when you apply salt or when you apply HCl, they will aggregate into this particular part. So this is one of our designs that we are using in different pathogens that we are trying to look at. Okay, so first, again, you have what we call an E. coli 0157 DNA extracted from food samples, okay, and using what we call a gold nanoparticle colorimetric biosensor. So here, okay, as you can see that when you put in your DNA probe, your sample DNA and your GNP, you just need to heat it, and then what happens is that you add HCl and you would determine if whether the tube would have what we call a red color or a violet color in this particular case. And when you try to look at them using a spectrophotometer, you can see that the wavelengths would actually become different as well. This is one particular example that we use using what we call a DNA-based nanobiosensor for dengue viruses in mosquitoes. Okay, and to give you an idea what those changes are, you can see that some of them would actually turn pink or purple, depending if whether, for example, that they um, how the design of the gold nanoparticle would actually be done. So just to give what we call a quantitative analysis of the selectivity of your gold nano biosensor for dengue virus, especially for dengue virus 3. Okay. Now, another is that we use EAM, okay, particles as a magnetic concentrator and a DNA-based gold nanoparticles for colorimetric assay. So you can see here is that first we try to concentrate, meaning that we try to get the DNA of of our target from a sample, and then we subject them to we add them to a gold nanoparticle to determine whether, for example, they would be positive or negative. So an example just that we recently do, but of course not in humans, but in plant health, is detecting what we call a pathogen for tomatoes, which is your Ralstonia solanacearum. Okay, so here we use actually a magnetic nanoparticle for separation, and you can see that since that it was very specific, you can have here that the positive would have more of the binding of of your pathogen towards to your magnetic nanoparticle, and gives you an indication that there could be positivity here. So for confirmation, we have a DNA-based detection using your gold nanoparticles in this particular case. So here, there's what we call certain electrostatic interaction and thiolated oligonucleotide probes in order for us to serve as a bioreceptor for your target samples. Okay. So to give you first okay, an idea of how this works, I'll try to present a video here. So I don't know why I cannot. Okay. Okay. I apologize. Okay. Let me try just to. Okay. Okay. There. I hope you can hear.
triage technology can be used to rapidly screen the presence or absence of a specific target in a sample. This process will be done using the magnetic nanoparticles or MNPs developed by Dr. Evangeline Alosilha of the Nanobiosensors Laboratory at Michigan State University. So what are these magnetic nanoparticles or MNPs? One of the MNPs synthesized by Dr. Alosilha's lab is made from ferric oxide. As such, the ferric oxide nanoparticles confer the MNPs its characteristic supraparamagnetic properties, meaning the nanomaterial becomes magnetic in the presence of magnets or magnetic field while remains colloidal in its absence. The MNPs can become a powerful and useful biosensor for different kinds of targets. As such, to confer specificity during interaction with these desired targets, the surface of the MNPs may be functionalized with different biomolecules. These may include peptides, glycans, antibodies, or even oligonucleotides. In the case of the MNPs for this study, glycans are being used as the surface modification. These MNPs can be used for the detection of various target pathogens such as viruses, bacteria, or even fungi through a process known as matting. So how does matting work? A sample of the pathogen, and in this case a virus, is added into a 1.5 ml tube containing the MNPs. Then, the solution is mixed gently while avoiding the formation of bubbles. The tube is then placed into a magnetic rack. The mixture is incubated for 5 to 10 minutes at room temperature. During this period, the molecules on the surface of the virus interacts with the ligands of the MNPs, resulting to the aggregation of the MNPs and the viruses. Moreover, the MNPs are attracted by the magnet on the rack. Hence, a matting pattern is formed and observed inside the tube. The supernatant is carefully removed and the tube is gently lifted from the magnetic rack. Notice the difference between the aggregation of the MNPs in positive and negative samples. The matting pattern shown on the left is indicative of the presence of the virus in the samples, whereas the tube on the right tells us that the virus is absent. Pictures of the resulting matting patterns were taken using a smartphone camera and will be subjected to analysis using the ImageJ software. The matting area, width, and height will be measured to characterize the patterns. Moreover, the differences in these parameters can be possibly used to distinguish the different target pathogens. Therefore, MNPs can become a useful tool in detecting the presence or absence of specific targets, and it offers great economic advantage due to its low cost. We would like to acknowledge the following individuals who are behind this promising project. Dr. Maria Anita Bautista, our program leader. Dr. Mark Pierre Dimamay, our Project 2 leader. Dr. Divina Amalin, our Project 3 leader. Dr. Lilia Fernando, our study leader. Mr. Michael Sandino Flores, the research assistant, and of course, Dr. Evangeline Alosilha, our consultant. We are also grateful for the trust and support of our funding agency, the Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Council for Health Research and Development, or DUST-PCHRD. This project is currently being implemented by the De La Salle University Manila together with our collaborators.
So there. So what do we expect hopefully for nanobiosensors, especially in our area? So normally in our laboratories, the conventional type is that when we try to get mosquitoes and we want to determine if they have either this arboviruses or even endosymbiotes, typically we need to transfer them to the lab for PCR analysis. But in concept, this is actually very tedious and of course a bit very expensive. And of course, the results that would be released here would actually take months because of this particular avenue. So hopefully that in using what we call this technology, we try to incorporate magnetic and gold nanoparticle detection. So here we don't need any space, okay, for a very sophisticated space. So any space that can be used for pre-screening detection, so that positive mosquito individuals can be reported immediately. And from there, uh, since that we have these positive samples, they can be stored and then transported to the lab for further PCR analysis or confirmation. So this is our goal in how we would try to use your nanobiosensors in vector-borne diseases. Okay. So thank you very much, everyone, for your time. I hope that you learned something from this. And if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask questions later or to email me in this case. So thank you very much, everyone.
All right. So thank you, Dr. Carvajal, on that wonderful crash course. So hopefully our audience is enlightened on how diagnostics are made using nanobiosensors as I am. Okay, so it is indeed a powerful tool and important in revolutionizing the field of medicine. All right. So let's proceed with our next speaker. Okay. So our next speaker earned her bachelor's and postgraduate studies at the National Tsinghua University of Hsinchu, Taiwan. She was awarded the Special Outstanding Talent Award multiple times by the National Science and Technology Council. So currently a professor of the Department of Medical Science Industries and Department of Bioscience Technology, and also the Secretary General at the Changzhou Christian University. She specializes on liquid crystal-based biosensing, bone-stimulating drug development, and carbon-based nanobiomaterials. Now, she is here this morning to talk about the wonders of biosensing technologies. All right, so without further ado, let us all welcome Dr. Mon Wan.
Thank you very much. Let me share my slide. Okay, let me know if you have a problem seeing the slide here. It is in full screen format now. Okay, good morning and happy 60th founding anniversary to Trinity University of Asia. I'm Li from Changzhou Christian University located in Tainan, Taiwan. In today's talk, I would like to introduce biosensing technology that we are working on, which is primarily liquid crystal-based biosensors. So I will introduce briefly what biosensing technologies are, and then we will focus on our recent research progress with some introduction to the background of liquid crystal and liquid crystal-based biosensors. So I would like to start my talk with the story of Elizabeth Home. This is Elizabeth Home. So does any of you, from her outfit, does any of you, does it remind any of you of someone that is quite famous and died in several years ago? Does it remind you of anyone? The black turtleneck that Elizabeth Holmes is wearing?
Yes, ma'am. So I think everyone recognizes that Steve Jobs' signature
Yes,
outfit.
that's right. Steve Jobs. Elizabeth Holmes here. She is a huge fan of Steve Jobs. So and in many occasions, he will wear this black turtleneck. I think it's kind of a paying respect to Steve Jobs. She is the founder of a startup company called Theranos, or actually, we should say she's the former founder of Theranos. Their company claims that they have invented this machine that can do many hundreds of different types of assay with a small drop of blood. And in the high time of Theranos, they have invited many important people to join, to invest in this company and to join their board of directors. And at its high time, the company has value at $9 billion and raised more than $400 million in venture capital. But eventually, this machine that Elizabeth Holmes claimed that they have invented doesn't exist. And eventually her bubbles of lies bursted, and her story was actually reported in this book called Bad Blood. I will highly recommend you to, if you're interested in the background of the story, I will highly recommend you to read this book. It is very interesting and thrilling, and you will want to read from the first page to the last page very quickly. And this book is written by John Carreyrou. He is a two-time Pulitzer winner, and he is also the journalist who exposed this fraud of Elizabeth Holmes. So in case you're wondering, this is American's US President Joe Biden. At the time he visited Theranos, he was the Vice President of the United States. So the reason I brought up this story is because the machine, the medical device that Elizabeth Holmes is trying to invent or trying to produce is a kind of point of care testing devices. And at the high time of Theranos, there are several big pharmacy chain stores in the US that have signed contracts or are going to sign contract with Theranos because they are going to put their machine in their pharmacy chain store so that people can come to the store and take a blood sample, and they can do their blood test on site in the pharmacy. So what is a point of care testing device? These testing devices are used at the site where the patient is. It doesn't have to be in the hospital, and it is usually easy to operate, and you can do it even if you don't have medical background. You can operate it very easily. It's quite similar to what the COVID-19 test kit that we are using. So from this story of Theranos and Elizabeth Holmes, we can see that there is a high demand and a market, a very big market for this kind of point of care testing devices, or what we call a POCT device. And so this POCT devices are part of the progress that is pushing through in precision medicine and precision health. So these devices are used in disease monitoring and also in diagnosis. So they can assist regular patients on site where the patient is, maybe at home, at a small clinic, and they can also assist doctors, physicians in the hospital. So most of the people, we can categorize our population according to the World Health Organization. We can populate the population based on their health status to a healthy population, a sub-healthy population, and a disease population. And so for most people, for most of us, if you sometimes feel tired, fatigue, and maybe you didn't sleep well for several days in a week, but when you go to the hospital and the doctor say there's nothing wrong with your body, then most people will be categorized in the sub-healthy section. And so for the sub-healthy people, point-of-care testing devices can be used to monitor their health, such as our smartwatch. This is also a part of the precision medicine and the point-of-care testing devices do. And in Taiwan, our biomedical industry or health industry is currently collaborating with the ICT, information communication technology industry to work on the development of a new industry, the precision healthcare industry. So you can see that there are many companies that is actually the semiconductor companies or the ICT companies, but they are now collaborating with biomedical companies to develop 5G, AI, or VR/AR technologies that can be used in precision healthcare industry. So let's go back to Elizabeth Holmes' medical device. The device she's trying to develop is used in the testing of blood analytes. So in the blood, there are several different types of components that can serve as clinical diagnostic markers, such as we have several different blood cells that we use in our healthcare testing. And there are also small molecules that is indicators for kidney function or other metabolic function. And there are also enzymes and proteins that serve as biomarkers as well. So there's a very wide range of different analytes that exist in the blood and also in other types of clinical samples. So if you have medical background, you can actually see that the kind of device that Elizabeth Holmes is trying to create or trying to invent is very hard to exist in a very small instrument by combining so many different assays in it. So currently, if we wanted to detect small molecules, the most popular type of biosensor or point-of-care testing device in small molecule detection is the blood glucose sensor. I'm sure many of you are also heard of this kind of sensor, or some of your family is using this kind of sensor as well. It applies the glucose oxide enzyme to react with blood glucose and transform this chemical signal into a electrical signal so that the sensor can produce and calculate your blood glucose concentration. This is the type of sensor used in small molecule detection. And for larger molecules, such as proteins, the most common type of bioassays to detect protein is the sandwich assay. So such as the COVID-19 test kit is a type of sandwich assay. So in the sandwich assay, we will need two antibodies to detect our biomarker, which is the antigen shown here. So we will require a capture antibody that is first immobilized through chemical methods on a solid substrate. And then when the antigen is followed by the reaction of the antigen with the capture antibody. But in this stage, we cannot detect any signal. So we have to have another antibody to produce an optical signal for detection. So usually the second antibody would be a biotin labeled antibody and combined with streptavidin or other enzyme that can produce that can react and then produce an optical signal. Or we can label this antibody with a fluorescent probe so that we can use the fluorescent signal to serve as the detection signal. So for the current many different types of early pregnancy test kit, or some of the bacterial test kit, as well as the COVID-19 test kit, these type of sandwich assay are designed into a lateral flow immunoassay. So they will produce, so when there is the antigen presented, then we will see two red band on the test kit. One of the band is produced by the control antibody, and the other band is produced by the sandwich assay if you have this immunocomplex formed in the assay kit. So In the following talk, we will be talking about new type of biosensor, which is the liquid crystal-based biosensor, but I will use the components of a biosensors to introduce this new technology. We hope that there will be different types of biosensing technology produced to provide us various opportunities, various alternatives to the current method. So this is the component of a biosensor. So for a biosensor to work, of course, you will need a sample, and then there will be a biological element to recognize the target you wanted to detect in the biological sample. So the sample can be a human sample, such as blood and urine. It can be food sample or environmental samples. And the biological elements usually have to exhibit specificity towards this analyte. So for example, in the sandwich assay we mentioned previously, we use antibodies because they will bind specifically to their antigen, so that when we see the signal, we will know that these are specific signals because we use a specific antibody to detect them. Now, and same is true for aptamers and enzymes. And we will also need a transducer. So for example, in sandwich assay, we will need an optical signal. It can be a chemiluminescent signal, fluorescence signal, or other types of optical signals. And in the glucose meter, it is a type of the type of signal produced by glucose oxide belongs to an electrochemical signal. So here in the liquid crystal-based biosensor I'm about to introduce, we will use liquid crystal as the signal transducer and exploit the property of liquid crystal to produce a different type of signals. And we will also need a signal processing unit, because when we receive the signals, they can be different types of curves or different types of images, and we have to transform the signals into a numbers or a concentration that the patient can be able to judge their health state. So these are the various components of a biosensor. So the technology that we've been working on is the liquid crystal based biosensing technology. So in the following talk, we will introduce the biological analyte we use and the sensing mesophase, the liquid crystal mesophase that we use in the crystal-based biosensors, and also various detection platform that has been designed. And finally, we will introduce the signal processing methods that we have developed using various different properties of liquid crystals. And following this, we will introduce some of our recent publication and our recent progress in liquid crystal-based biosensing technologies. So the biological analyte we use there are two types of biological analytes we use in our study. The first one is bovine serum albumin, abbreviated BSA. It has a molecular weight close to 70 kilodalton, and it is a common standard protein used in protein assay, which we use to determine the concentration of a protein sample. So this can be a total protein concentration, or you can determine a certain type of protein concentration that you have purified. And the other one is a clinical, is related to clinical assays, which is cancer antigen 135, abbreviated CA135. It has a molecular weight of around 110 kilodalton. The recombinant protein that we use has a molecular weight of 110 kilodalton. Because this protein is glycosylated in cells, so it has a wide range of actual molecular weight. So CA135 is a part of the protein expressed on the cell surface of cancer cells. The protein name is MUC16. And CA185 is the extracellular domain of the MUC16 protein. So this section, this extracellular domain, will cleave from the cell surface of cancer cells. and it enter the bloodstream. So that's why we can detect CA125 in the blood or in human serum samples. So in some of our studies to show in order to demonstrate the clinical potential of CA125, we will spike the CA125 recombinant protein in human serum to simulate a clinical sample. So next, I want to introduce what liquid crystal is. Liquid crystal is discovered by the scientist Friedrich Brenitzer, and he discovered this compound while he was studying a certain plant and found that there's a component in this plant called cholesterol benzoate. They will be solid like a crystal when the temperature is under 145 degrees. But when we heat it, the solid state will become a liquid state, and it will look like a milky liquid. That is not transparent, but if we continue to heat this liquid, it will become transparent again at temperature more than 179 degrees Celsius. So this kind of material, they exhibit both the molecular orientation, the ordered molecular orientation like a crystal, but they are also fluided like a liquid. So we call them liquid crystals. And so it is a very interesting type of material, and it can be categorized as thermotropic liquid crystal and lyotropic liquid crystals. And we will introduce thermotropic liquid crystal first because there are more types of thermotropic liquid crystals to explore. And it is also the type of liquid crystal that we use in the liquid crystal display of our cell phone, our TV screen, and our iPad screen. They all consist of a thin layer of thermotropic liquid crystal. And these two, when compare these two types of liquid crystals, the most striking difference is that thermotropic liquid crystals are hydrophobic and lyotropic liquid crystals are hydrophilic. So I think if you have studied biochemistry, you will be more familiar with lyotropic liquid crystal because our cell membrane or the transporting vesicles in our cells, they are all categorized as a type of lyotropic liquid crystals. But for lyotropic liquid crystals, there are less type of liquid crystal for us to study. So which is why we started with thermotropic liquid crystals. So depending on the different chemical structure of the thermotropic liquid crystal molecules, and depending on how you mix different types of liquid crystal, and we can produce various different phases of liquid crystals, such as the nematic phase, the somatic phase, and the cholesteric phase. If you add a chiral compound into the nematic phase of liquid crystal, and there is also the scotic phase. So when we observe this type of material under a polarizing optical microscope with cross polarizers, you will see various different optical texture. Some of them are quite colorful, and some of them are just black and white. So when we first started liquid crystal-based biosensing technology, the development of this technology, we first started with thermotropic liquid crystal because this is the type of liquid crystal most other previous researchers use. And we can categorize the sensing platform into two types, which is the liquid crystal water interface and the liquid crystal glass interface. So for the liquid crystal water interface, the liquid crystal is layered on top of water because thermotropic liquid crystal is hydrophobic and it has a slightly smaller density than water. So it will float as a layer of liquid crystal above the water phase. And for liquid crystal glass interface, we will modify the surface of the glass So there will be an alignment reagent on the surface of the glass, which will assist in the alignment of liquid crystal. So there will be no water in the liquid crystal glass interface, just the liquid crystal and the glass, and will depend on the change in the interface to detect various different biological analytes. Same is true here for the liquid crystal water interface. So in both cases, we will need a certain alignment reagent to make this liquid crystal align. Usually we will align them vertically, or what we call homeotropic alignment. And when there is a biological analyte at the liquid crystal water or liquid crystal glass interface, this alignment will be disturbed. And depending on the amount of analytes, this disturbance will be proportional to the amount of analyte at the liquid crystal water or the liquid crystal glass interface. So that when we observe again under a polarizing optical microscope, you will see that because the liquid crystal alignment is disturbed, there will be a black to dark to bright transition occurring when we observe under a polarizing optical microscope with cross polarizers. So on the left side, you will see that this is the case when there is no biological analyte, or when the analyte concentration is very, very low, so they will not disturb the homeotropic alignment of liquid crystal. So in this case, when we observe under a polarizing optical microscope, you will see a dark image. You will see nothing, no light going through. But if there is biological analytes at the liquid crystal water or liquid crystal glass interface, you will see that these biological analytes will disturb the homeotropic alignment, so that in this case, light will be transmitted and there will be light scattering occurring. Then you will see a brighter image. And we found that this optical texture change is proportional to the amount of analyte at the liquid crystal water or liquid crystal glass interface. So in our study, in the following introduction, we will be focusing on liquid crystal glass interface because it can be more easily integrated with current lateral flow immunoassay methods or DNA microarray methods. So this is the conventional liquid crystal used in most of the liquid crystal based biosensing studies. If you check the literature, there are many different types of liquid crystal biosensing studies, and most of them focused on using only one type of thermotropic liquid crystal, which is 5CB. And we depend on the optical detection observations shown previously under a optical microscope to study, to perform most of the biosensing studies. And the detection target range from small molecules, proteins, cells, and viruses to molecular interactions such as peptide protein interaction or enzyme interaction, immunoreaction between antigen and antibody. And there's also report on the liquid crystal based DNA hybridization detection. So this is the conventional liquid crystal based biosensing method. And when we started to work on liquid crystal biosensing about more than 10 years ago, we started to ask whether or not other types of liquid crystals can also be used and applied in liquid crystal based biosensing. So one of our major contributions to this field is that we started to use different types of liquid crystals other than 5CB, and apply them in biosensing applications. These include pneumatic liquid crystals of higher birefringence. We hypothesized that these type of liquid crystals with higher birefringence will produce a more sensitive detection technology. And there are also different types of liquid crystal that is currently used in the liquid crystal display industry that we also applied to liquid crystal based biosensing. And we will show you some of our results in the following talk. And we have also used a liquid crystal for the polymer composite This is a type of material that we use to produce a liquid crystal film for biodetection. And more recently, we have moved to lyotropic chromoly liquid crystal, which we will introduce some of our progress at the end of this talk. And also in conventional liquid crystal-based biosensing, we rely heavily on optical texture observation. However, this type of detection is only semi-quantitative. You can use some method to semi-quantitate the brightness of the optical texture and correlate them with the analyte concentration, but we wanted to develop more signal processing methods based on different types and properties of the crystals we use. So we started to develop other types of signal processing methods, including transmission spectrometry, capacitance measurements, electro-optical measurements, and dielectric measurements. And in our study, we applied liquid crystal-based biosensing technologies in protein assay with BSAS standard. And we also developed CA-125 immunoassays based on these liquid crystals. And in a few of our studies, we also developed DNA hybridization assay based on liquid crystals. So in liquid crystal-based biosensing, we aim at developing label-free detection as opposed to label-based detection. For label-based detection, it is such as the sandwich assay that we mentioned before. We will rely on a labeled antibody. It can be a labeled primary antibody or a labeled secondary antibody to produce the signal. So you will, the cost of this assay will be increased because you will need a labeled antibody. And for label-free detection, we can detect the binding between antigen and antibody without the requirement of a labeled antibody. So hence the name label-free detection. And this is one of the basic label-free detection method called surface plasmon resonance. It has a gold-coated surface, and when the antigen is binding with the antibody, it will change the refraction index near the gold-coated surface. Then it will change the angle of the reflected light, such that you don't need a secondary antibody or labeled antibody to provide an optical signal. You can use the change in the angle of the reflected light to become your detection signal. So this is a very basic and popular label-free method. And so in our liquid crystal-based technologies, we wanted to develop such type of label-free detection. So this is one of our CA-125 immunoassay method. So initially, we coated the glass surface with a homeotropic alignment reagent. So when there is no antigen and no antibody, the liquid crystals are aligned vertically to the glass substrate. And then we immobilize some antibody at one of the glass surface here, and we control the concentration of this antibody so that when there's only antibody presented, the optical texture or the homeotropic alignment is not affected by these antibodies. So when there's only antibody in this liquid crystal cell, the optical texture is still dark. And then when we react these antibodies with the antigen, because the antibody-antigen immunocomplex becomes larger, and it will produce an optical signal. So that way we can make sure that the optical signal we see is actually produced caused by the antigen instead of just the false positive result produced by the antibodies. So this way, we can use the change in the optical texture or actually the disturbance in liquid crystal caused by the analyte to produce an optical signal for detection. This way, we can develop a label-free detection method without the use of labeled antibodies. So the signal processing method we use, if we only have these optical textures, we can use several different image analysis software to quantitate the brightness, the change in the brightness, and correlate them to the concentration of the analyte to produce a calibration curve. This way, we can use this calibration curve to quantitate the concentration of unknown samples. And we have also developed various different types of signal processing methods using the various properties of liquid crystals. For example, on the right side, we use a blue phase liquid crystal as the sensing messenger, and we analyze its transmission spectra at different concentrations of VSA, and we can correlate the concentration of VSA with a wavelength difference in this transmission spectra. This is one way that we use to provide a quantitative approach. And also because liquid crystals exhibit many excellent electro-optical and dielectric properties. So we also use electro-optical measurements and dielectric spectroscopy to provide a new type of signal processing unit. So in electro-optical measurements, we will apply an increasing voltage and observe the change in transmittance versus the change in the voltage. And this way, we will produce a spectra that is also correlated with the concentration of VSA. And in dielectric spectra, in this case, we use a dual frequency liquid crystal and use its dielectric spectra to provide an analysis curve, a calibration curve for BSA quantitation. So using these different types of liquid crystal allows us to develop various different types of signal processing methods for liquid crystal-based biosensing instead of just the optical texture observation. So next, I will introduce some of our recent progress in this field. The first one is single substrate biodetection. In single substrate biodetection, we wanted to, because when we introduce these methods here, you can see that we usually rely on a liquid crystal cell, which requires two parallel glass substrate to establish this assay platform. And in single substrate detection, we take out one of the glass substrate and rely on air for vertical alignment. So this way we can, in the future, we might be able to integrate this technology with other technologies such as lateral flow assay or DNA microarray, because these are all performed on a single solid substrate of membrane or glass. So this is a comparison of the liquid crystal, the conventional liquid crystal cell detection platform and the single substrate detection platform. So in the liquid crystal cell, we will require two glass substrate, and both substrate are coated with an homeotropic alignment reagent, abbreviated DMOAP. It's a kind of silane compound that can react with glass. And in single substrate detection, we will use just one glass substrate. And this glass substrate is also coated with the vertical alignment reagent. And so one type of this single substrate detection platform, we use a pneumatic liquid crystal film. So in these methods, we first immobilize the analyte on this glass substrate. And then we add liquid crystal and produce a liquid crystal film on top of the analyte. And we found that because air can also produce a homeotropic alignment ability, so in this case, it can actually replace the function of the other glass slide and produce a more sensitive result. Because in this case,
Okay, I think Dr. Lee is having some technical difficulties at the moment, so let's please wait a while letting her fix the issue. Okay, before everything else and waiting for her, let me announce that the um, attendance for the AM session is now officially closed. So I repeat, the attendance is now closed. So again, according to the house rules, part of getting your CPD units is the complete attendance. Okay, so thank you. So again, let us wait for Dr. Lee for her to finish her presentation.
Um,
Okay, some announcement. Again, if you have any questions to our speakers, please wag po kayo mahiya, no? Please don't hesitate to put your questions sa chat. All right? So Dr. Lee is here already to finish her presentation. So thank you for waiting.
Thank you. Should I continue my my presentation, or is my time's up?
No, ma'am. No, Dr. Lee, you can continue with your presentation.
Oh, okay, okay. I'm very sorry I went offline, so let me start again.
We understand.
But I cannot share my slide right now.
All right. So Dr. Lee, let us wait for the tech team to make you a co-host so you can share your slide.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Thank you. So I'm very sorry for the technical problem. I think my computer went offline because we connected to the Wi-Fi. So I will quickly wrap up to make up for the lost time. Okay, this is the type of single substrate detection that we've been talking about. So in the previous type of single substrate detection, we use a pneumatic liquid crystal film. And in another type, we combined it with a polymer to produce a liquid crystal photopolymer composite film. And we using a similar method, we can also use this film to detect BSA. So these are the results when we are testing various different condition to produce the liquid crystal photopolymer composite film. Because this type of film has to be cross-linked using UV-induced photopolymerization. So we applied various different intensity of UV to test which UV intensity would be best to produce this liquid crystal photopolymer composite film. So the second topic and the final topic I would like to talk about is recently we have shifted to allotropic liquid crystals. These liquid crystals are hydrophilic compared to other liquid crystals that we have been introduced previously. Those liquid crystals are relatively more hydrophobic. And so because of this hydrophilicity, we can produce a more biocompatible transducer for signals, and it is also more environmentally sustainable. And we have been asked by many reviewers of our manuscript whether or not this technology can be used in real-time detection. The answer is if we are using thermotropic liquid crystal, because it is hydrophobic, we cannot solubilize biological analytes in thermotropic liquid crystals. But for allotropic liquid crystals, it is possible for us to develop real-time detection. So these are the various different phases of allotropic liquid crystals. Its liquid crystal phase depends on both temperature and the concentration of the liquid crystal component. While in thermotropic liquid crystals, its liquid crystal phase is depending mainly on just the temperature. So this will make the allotropic liquid crystal system more complex. So in this system, we hope to develop real-time detection compared to endpoint detection. In the previous type of detection platform, most of the assay were done on a single substrate, meaning that the antigen and antibody reactions were finished before a liquid crystal cell is formed, or the assay is finished, antigen and antibody are already has already reacted before we form a liquid crystal film on top of the analyte. So these type of assay belongs to the endpoint assay. Well, in real-time assay, we will solubilize our liquid crystal, solubilize our analyte in the allotropic liquid crystal, and we can perform kinetic studies on this type of platform. So this is the real-time detection platform that we will be introducing in allotropic liquid crystal. So the type of allotropic liquid crystal we use is the pneumatic phase of allotropic chromatic liquid crystals. These type of liquid crystals are consist of, some of them are dyes, and they have been used in some drug development. So the two types of allotropic chromatic liquid crystal we use are DSCG and sunset yellow. These liquid crystals, when they are at a certain concentration range in water, they will form a small stack of molecules. The molecules will form a small stack of aggregates, and they will exhibit the pneumatic phase similar to thermotropic liquid crystal. So this way we can use some of our research methods in thermotropic liquid crystals and in this type of liquid crystal. So this is the optical biosensing with pneumatic DSCG shown in the left here. In this type of liquid crystal biosensing platform, we use a planar aligned DSCG, meaning that initially these molecular aggregates are aligned horizontally to the glass substrate. And we use transmission spectrometry to analyze the optical signal of pneumatic DSCG, and we establish BSA detection methods and also CA125 immunoassay methods with the pneumatic DSCG. And more recently with sunset yellow, we also use the pneumatic phase of sunset yellow. We developed a protein assay and CA125 immunoassay, as well as the real-time biosensing method with pneumatic sunset yellow. So in these cases, we dissolve by carefully controlling the concentration of sunset yellow so that it will remain in the pneumatic phase, and also solubilize some of the CA125 analyte into the allotropic liquid crystal. We are able to perform a time course study and some of the kinetic studies with this type of allotropic liquid crystal. So in this way, real-time detection can be realized in this type of allotropic chromatic liquid crystals. So our studies have been published in several optical and liquid crystal and biosensor related journal. If you're interested, you can check them out. My collaborator is Professor Wei Li from National Yangming Jiao Tong University. And these are several of the contributors, Dr. Wu, Dr. Sheben, Bai, and Duan to these studies. And our research is funded by National Science and Technology Council of Taiwan. So I would like to thank you for participating in this talk, and I'm very sorry for the technical problem, connecting problem. And our university is celebrating our 30th anniversary this year. So our Office of International Affairs will be sending out invitations to invite our sister university, including Trinity University of Asia, to come to Taiwan in November this year. So I would like to welcome you to Taiwan, to university, and thank you very much for your time.
Okay, so first of all, happy 30th anniversary to the Changchun Christian University,
you.
Dr. Lee, and thank you for your invitation. Right, so thank you, Dr. Lee, again for your interesting presentation on liquid-based biosensing technologies. So hopefully the audience learned a lot from the talk. So it is interesting that there are a lot of liquid crystals that can be used in biosensing, which of course have their own pros and cons. And lastly, let me say that it is a very promising technology that offers a unique and sensitive approach to detecting biological molecule and cells, right? So last but not the least, let us fly back to Southeast Asia. Okay, so from the Philippines to Taiwan, now on to Indonesia, right? So our next speaker attained his master's and doctorate degree at the Institute Technology, Bandung, and Universitas Negeri, Malang, respectively. So previously the head of Institute for Research and Community Service, and also the head of the university's biology education program, he is currently the Vice Dean 1 of Universitas Muhammadiyah Palembang. Right? So his research interests include biology, biology education, and ecology. So here with us to discuss how powerful of a plant Moringa oleifera is, please welcome Dr. Saleh Hidayat.
Good morning, everybody. I am Saleh Hidayat from Mr. Madya Palembang. So my schedule harusnya ya in for 10. So what's I present my PowerPoint, Mr. Jaidan.
Yes, Dr. Hidayat, you can now present your presentation.
It's time for me to presentation, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. My article title is Moringa oleifera Alam, Multipurpose Plant for Human Life. Okay. Indonesia is the big country, and Indonesia have 38 provinces, and now we are in South Sumatra with 17 districts. Indonesia's biodiversity ranking second rank in the world for marine biodiversity. Indonesia has a long coastline between two large oceans, the Pacific Ocean and the Indian Ocean. Third rank in the world for terrestrial biodiversity, the species of plants, animals, and microorganisms. The fourth rank in the world for reptile and amphibian biodiversity. So one of biodiversity that you have is the Moringa oleifera. In Indonesia, name is Kelor. Many names for Moringa oleifera. Yeah. In this picture, I present the picture of leaf and root, leaves and flower, seeds, root, bark, and fruit or pods. And many part of Moringa oleifera is very useful. So Moringa oleifera, known the miracle tree for life or amazing tree. So naturally, it is a source of nutrition with medicinal properties. Moringa oleifera parts such as leaves, fruit, seeds, flower, bark, stem, or roots have extraordinary benefits, have various useful ingredients, and have great potential as foods, cosmetic, and industrial purposes. Phytochemical of Moringa oleifera leaves. Number one is Moringa oleifera leaves contain chemical compounds such as alkaloid, flavonoid, phenolics, terpenoid or steroid, and tannin, which can function as cancer drug and antibacterial agents, often formulated in pharmaceutical preparation. The third, it has the potential as a raw material in the cosmetic, pharmaceutical, and probiotic drink industry for health, or added to food as fortifier or nutritive enhancers.
Excuse me, Dr. Hidayat.
Yes.
Sorry, we cannot see your presentation. So please, I think you can make the PowerPoint in a full
Okay.
okay.
You can see now.
Yes, Dr. Hidayat.
Okay. Okay. Indonesia is a big country. We have 38 provinces, and now Usmada Palembang is in South Sumatra. South Sumatra have 17 districts. Indonesia's biodiversity ranking, second rank in the world for marine biodiversity. Indonesia has a long coastline between two large oceans, the Pacific Ocean and the Indian Ocean. The third rank in the world for terrestrial biodiversity, species of plants, animals, and microorganisms. The fourth rank in the world for reptile and amphibian biodiversity. One of biodiversity is Moringa oleifera. In Indonesia, we call a kelor or murunga, and another name for it. In this slide, I show that this is the leaf on fruit, leaves, and bark, root, flower, seed, and fruit or pod. Yeah. Near my room, I get a picture for it. The miracle tree. Yeah. So tree for life or amazing tree. And naturally, it is a source of nutrition with medicinal properties. And second, Moringa oleifera part, such as leaves, fruit, seeds, flower, bark, stem, and roots have extraordinary benefit, have various useful ingredients, and have great potential as foods, cosmetic, and industrial purposes. Phytochemical of Moringa oleifera leaves. Number one, Moringa oleifera leaves contain chemical compounds such as alkaloid, flavonoid, phenolic, terpenoid, steroid, and tannin, which can function as cancer drug and antibacterial agents. Second, often formulated in pharmaceutical preparation. It has the potential as a raw material in the cosmetic, pharmaceutical, and probiotic drinks industry for health, or added to food as a fortifier or nutritive enhancer. In Indonesia, regulation of the Minister of Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia number P.35 manhood, and so classifies Moringa oleifera is a non-timber forest product commodity in the plant product group. Is a strategic plan to be developed. Because of lifestyle development and change in community lifestyle cause change in the selection of food menu and drug ingredients. So Moringa oleifera are very potential as food, drug, and its function in the environment. Then information related to the benefit of Moringa oleifera needs to be extremely studied so that it can be used optimally. Nutritional content of moringa leaves. Moringa has a variety of nutrients including calcium, iron, protein, vitamin A, B, and C. And moringa leaves contain antioxidants such as vitamin C, polyphenol, beta-sitosterol, and flavonoid, which are useful in lowering cholesterol levels by reducing the concentration of low-density lipoprotein in blood plasma, inhibiting the reabsorption of cholesterol from endogenous source and lowering level of lipid peroxidase. Benefit of moringa leaves. An effective dosage of moringa leaf extract to reduce blood cholesterol level in mice is 0.2 till 41.6 milligram per kilogram body weight and administered oral. The content of various amino acids in moringa leaves are aspartic acid, glutamic acid, alanine, valine, leucine, isoleucine, histidine, lysine, arginine, phenylalanine, tryptophan, cysteine, and methionine. Further research states that moringa leaves contain high antioxidants and antimicrobials. This is due to the presence of ascorbic acid, flavonoid, phenolic, and carotenoid. The nutrient content of moringa leaf is higher when compared to other vegetables, which is at an average rate of 17.2 milligram per 100 gram. It has been proved that Moringa oleifera has healing properties in experimental animals. There are beneficial effects in various pathological conditions in experimental animals by acting as antioxidant and anti-inflammatory agent through different mechanisms. Moringa oleifera perform as antibiotic. Anti-diabetic. Diabetes mellitus medicine, such as insulin and various oral anti-diabetic agents, such as sulfonylureas, biguanides, thiazolidinediones, and clinids often have serious side effects, such as dyspepsia, hypoglycemia, edema, flatulence, and diarrhea. Consider a safe hyperglycemic agents such as Moringa oleifera in the treatment and management of diabetes mellitus. Hidayat and Dewi conclude that the administration of Moringa leaf extract with various concentrations, 10, 20, and 30%, had the effect of lowering blood sugar level in Swiss Webster strain mice, mus musculus. antioxidant and anti-inflammatory effects. The main mechanism for preventing damage for oxidative stress in the balance of reactive oxygen species or ROS and antioxidants. There is a need to utilize antioxidant-rich plant food supplements such as Moringa aloe vera as an approach in the treatment of diabetes. The high content of antioxidant and potassium and Moringa aloe vera leaves is useful for treating cancer. Antioxidants are useful in blocking the development of cancer cells. Potassium functions to get rid of cancer cells. The amino acid contained in Moringa aloe vera can enhance the immune system. Rajanan et al. 2012 said Moringa aloe vera extract show hypolipidemic activity due to inhibition of lipase and cholesterol esterase. The high concentration of antioxidant in Moringa aloe vera can be used in patients with inflammatory conditions, including cancer, hypertension, and cardiovascular disease. Quercetin and camperol, phenolic acid, and the phytochemical properties of Moringa aloe vera were identified as strong antioxidants, anti-inflammatory, and antibacterial properties. This plant has been recommended after many in vitro and in vivo studies in treating hyperglycemia, hyperlipidemia, and inflammation. Moringa leaves are a natural preservative for the quality of fresh flying fish, Decapterus, which are soaked with Moringa leaf extract. The study used 75% solution of Moringa leaves with variation in storage for 0, 3, 6, 9, 12, and 15, and 18 hours. The parameters used are organoleptic characteristics through hedonic quality tests, namely appearance, gills, texture, flesh, mucus, odor, and pH. Content and compound of Moringa leaves. The content of vitamin C of Moringa leaves, 7 times of vitamin C in orange. Vitamin A, 10 times, we compare with vitamin A in carrot. Calcium, 17 times, we compare with calcium in milk. Potassium or kalium, yeah, 9 times kalium or potassium in bananas, and ferrum 25 times compared with ferrum in spinach. Moringa leaves fulfill the requirement to be added as a component for making complementary food for breast milk, such as baby cookies or Moringa pudding. Moringa root extract can inhibit the growth of Escherichia coli bacteria isolated from broiler chicken suffering from colibacillosis. Methanol extract of stem bark of Moringa aloe vera can increase the urine volume of white rats. The diuretic effect at a dose of 60 milligrams per gram body weight is close to that of the diuretic drug furosemide. Hidayat conclude that Moringa seed have positively charged protein that acts as cationic polyelectrolyte for water purification agents. Moringa seed extract can function as antimicrobial for E. coli in water. Moringa seed extract can remove Cryptosporidium parfum worm oocyte from turbid water. I think it's a presentation. It's references. Thank you. Rajaidan.
Okay. So thank you, Dr. Hidayat, on that presentation on how beneficial the moringa plant is indeed. Okay, so it is indeed worthy of being called a superfood. Okay, so here in the Philippines, actually we call them malunggay, and we incorporate them in vegetable broths and sometimes bake into salt breads or what we call pandesal. Okay, so this talk of food is making me hungry already, to be honest. So to speed things up, let us proceed with the Q&A portion of our program. Okay, so I think there are questions for directly to our speakers. So yeah, if you have any more questions, please don't hesitate to ask them, and I will read them from the chat box. Okay, so let us proceed. Okay, so to Dr. Carvajal, um, I am quite curious po, since I have a background on ecology. So can nanobiosensors be used to detect pathogens in water sources and prevent outbreaks of waterborne diseases also?
Uh, yes, actually, some of the examples that we have use actually environmental samples. So these are from water, from food as well, even in soil, for example, in this case. So the thing is that of course the preparation of the sample would be very important in any case. So in water it's actually very easy, because if you have a sample of water, all you need to do is have a nanobiosensor design that will capture it first. You try to concentrate it, and then afterwards you can use an like for example a colorimetric assay or an electro chemical assay platform, in order for you to determine if whether it's going to be positive or negative. We're still doing a lot of laboratory research on this particular avenue, and hopefully that to do such in field validation would be maybe in around the next few years in this case. So yes, it is actually possible to use it in not only in bodily fluids like urine, blood, etc. You can use it also in environmental samples, and majority of those that in the livestock are actually using this kind of samples as well for nanobiosensors.
Okay, thank you for that, Dr. Carvajal. So, there is another question for you. So, by anonymous. So, are there other nanoparticles which can be used for the same application, though? Po?
Yes, there are others like your nanowires, nanorods. Of course, we are not familiar, for me, because I'm a biologist in this particular case, I'm not really familiar with the physics of it. So, but since that we have a collaborator for chemistry and physics, uh, they synthesize what we call these nanospheres, which is your nanoparticles in this particular case, such as your gold and also your magnetic nanoparticles. So these are the ones that we are actually using in order for us to detect pathogens. But there are others that I've seen using nanotubes, nanowires, and quantum dots, and many more. So this can be a variety of a variety of nanomaterials that you can use in order for you to achieve your objective. You just have to make sure that you have a collaborator that you would talk to regarding this physical and chemical properties, because at one end, like for example us biologists or medical technologists, nurses, we know the somehow the health aspect or even the environmental health aspect of this. So we are the ones that would know more about DNA and everything, and then how you could actually try to target it more. But in this particular case, if you're going towards the direction of using different nanomaterials, then you would need a good collaborator that is very knowledgeable on that area on how to synthesize it.
Okay. Um, thank you, Dr. Carvajal, for that. And also, another question po, no? So, um, how do you think can nanobiosensors be integrated into our existing healthcare system in the Philippines to improve infectious disease management?
Okay. Actually, Dr. Alucilia has been starting uh, uh, an alternative in using nanobiosensors in detecting tuberculosis. So of course, in any health system, such technology needs to be validated in order to be accepted by by many. Okay, so these are the use in of course publications, and of course trying to do a sensitivity and selectivity test as well, because if our government wants this to be integrated into our hospitals or into our LGUs, for example, the tuberculosis, for example, center units in our barangays, then there's a need to actually package it in a good way in order for any person to use this particular technology in their own hands, just like what we have right now in COVID. Before, well, you may dati RT-PCR, but right now we have the antigen kits that you can buy commercially, and some hospitals would actually use it. So that really depends on the policies of the government, if whether they'll be accepting this based on evidences that the sensitivity and specificity of the technology is at par with the conventional type. So in tuberculosis, what they're doing is that, of course, normally I think you would need a what we call a sputum test. So rather than using what we call a sputum test, then put it on the slide and look at it under the microscope, all you have to do is try to put your like a saliva test, saliva in a tube with the magnetic nanoparticle, and the magnetic nanoparticle efficiently captures the Mycobacterium tuberculosis. And then the matting that I just presented is an example of whether you would know if whether it's positive or negative. So those are it's still being, still being tested, validated, and once that um, it gets attention, I think that this would be a good rapid detection, not only in hospitals, but also in our local government units that has what we call, for example, tuberculosis. Now, for others like vector-borne diseases, typically, we what we do is that rather than going for the human, we go for the mosquitoes. So it's more of a public health, because for us, in order for you to prevent is actually know if whether the vector has what we call the dengue virus or any arboviruses, so that we can start already vector control before they become abundant and they try to transmit the disease all throughout. So of course, that would also take time for example, DOH, okay, in this case, and it will take time also for them to accept this. Of course, we try to make it very, what do you call this, not difficult. We're trying to design something that is not difficult, just like your pregnancy test. Like, it's not very difficult to acquire and then to prepare the sample and to put it in the technology or to the platform for sensing there.
All right. So yes, Dr. Carval, no. So it is indeed not only the collaboration between researchers, but also between the government and the researchers, because it is also a public health concern. All right. So let's move on to questions for Dr. Lee. Right. So Dr. Lee. Yeah. Okay. So uh somebody asked, no, from the chat. So can you clarify what are the advantages of using liquid crystal-based biosensors in, for example, drug discovery compared to traditional methods?
Compared to traditional methods, the liquid crystal-based biosensors, they are label-free. We can, because this transducing media, the liquid crystals, are usually they are cheaper than common sensing media, so we can lower the cost of this biosensor. And because it is label free, so we can also reduce the cost on labeled antibodies. And we can easily set up this detection platform. If you are using the single substrate detection method that we have mentioned before, you will only need to chemically modify the glass surface, which is quite easy, and then perform the reaction on top of this modified glass substrate, and then you can add the liquid crystal that you have selected for the detection. Yeah.
All right. So here is a follow-up question from Ms. Michelle San Pedro. Can liquid crystal-based biosensors be used for early detection, or should the patient be at a certain infection stage in order for it to be assessed?
Well, it will depend on the type of biomarker you wanted to detect. If it's for early detection, we will have to determine whether or not during the early stage of the disease, the amount of biomarker can be sensitively detected in our platform. So usually we will report this type of liquid crystal when they detect a certain biomarker. We will give you a limit of detection of this method. So it will depend on the type of biomarker you wanted to detect. And in liquid crystal-based biosensor, a large factor is the size of the analyte. The larger the size of the analyte, they will create more disturbance in the ordered alignment of the liquid crystal. Then maybe we can more sensitively detect this analyte. So the size also matters.
Okay, thank you for that, Dr.
Thank you.
Lee. And another question, just a general one. So are there any ethical implications of using liquid crystal based biosensors in disease screening and personalized medicine?
Ethical questions. I think the ethical question related to biosensor is mostly how you get these human samples. But for most of our studies, because it is a proof of concept study, so we haven't tested on real human sample yet. We only use commercial human serum and add the recombinant protein or recombinant protein or these commercial products together to produce a sample that
I think Dr. Lee is disconnected once again. So let us in the meantime, no, so let's wait for Dr. Lee while the audience, please, if you have any questions, don't be shy and ask your questions so we can all learn from our experts. Okay, so we still have time. So and if you have anything else to ask, please ask now.
I'm very sorry. In the current state, we won't have ethical problems, and the ethical problem would be related to how you get the human sample mostly.
Okay, so I think this is a last question. So again, what do you think are the biggest challenges associated with developing the biosensors for disease screening?
For our technology, Well, the biggest challenge would be, I think, because in the early stage of the development with the liquid crystal glass interface technology, we use a liquid crystal cell. So if you have to you have to construct a liquid crystal cell, which is more tedious than using a single substrate platform. So if we wanted to push forward this technology to clinical application, I think the first thing is we will have to develop more stable liquid crystal film. Currently, the liquid crystal film we produce, they will shrink with time. So if you don't perform your assay, your detection within a limited amount of time, this liquid crystal film would shrink and eventually will become a small dot on the glass surface. So I think the challenge we face is that if we wanted to move forward this technology to clinical application and for single substrate detection, then we will have to produce a more stable liquid crystal film. And for the lyotropic liquid crystal system, the last topic that we talked about, the question would be, the major challenge would be how to find a more stable form of lyotropic promoted liquid crystal or other type of lyotropic liquid crystal to become a biosensing medium. Right now, we only have DSCG and SSY to choose from, and we only depend on one phase, liquid crystal phase, which is the pneumatic phase. But actually, there are many types of different phases for lyotropic liquid crystal as well, but we haven't explored that yet.
Right. So thank you again, Dr. Lee, for that,
Thank you.
answering the question. So this set of questions will be asking for Dr. Saleh. So Dr. Hidayat, are you there?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm here.
So, Dr. Saleh, I'm curious. I've been reading the abstract. You have mentioned that the moringa plant can be used as anti-venom or at least used as a detoxifying and neutralizing agent against a snake and scorpion venom. So, knowing that the anti-venoms are species specific, how effective is moringa against certain venoms?
How effective
Yes.
moringa for?
Combating
What do you
venoms against, for example, snake poison, scorpion venom, like.
mean? I think because the the active agent in the Moringa oleifera it's possible to make some research for venom, venom from snake or scorpion. Yeah, but I am not. Okay, I haven't read the literature for this function. I think like that.
Okay. Okay, so thank you for that, Dr. Hidayat. So just a general question. So how does the efficacy of plant-based herbal medicine compare that to modern medicine or synthesized medicine? How is it comparable?
Okay. For the comparable, this I think less side effect. Yeah, I think less side effect. Such as in the anti-diabetes. Yeah, because anti-diabetes can make a side effect like dyspepsia diarrhea, and then flatulence. Meanwhile, for Moringa aloe vera, do not have side effect like that.
Okay,
I think
so
that yeah.
thank you. So yes, so I think as you said, Dr. Hidayat, plant-based medicine indeed has less side effects compared that with man-made or synthetic medicine, right?
Yeah.
So last, plant-based medicines, no, they are known to have interactions with certain medications, right? Are these effects explored yet in the moringa plant, or not yet?
Yes, in internet, there is many kind product from Moringa aloe vera. Yeah. So if we type Moringa aloe vera, so you can find uh, the benefit of Moringa aloe vera. It can be make like baby cookies, yeah, or moringa pudding is very useful for pregnant women, like that. And then for the hypertension patient or malnutrition, yeah, malnutrition function, like in the Senegal or another country, we in Africa, it can be used for the additive food, everything like that.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Hidayat, for your question. So I think that will be the last of the set of questions for all the speakers. So I would like to ask you all to open your camera. So Dr. Carvajal, if you can, Dr. Hidayat and Dr. Lee, because we will be now proceeding with the awarding of the certificates. And here we are with Dr. Kapili.
Jaden, do you want me to read the certificate?
I would okay, Dr.
Or
Kapil, I would be the one to read the certificate out loud. So let me read the certificate out loud first. So the Trinity University of Asia presents this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Tadeus M. Carvajal from De La Salle University of the Philippines as a parallel speaker in our program, Triicon. So all right. So sorry, I have having technical difficulties at the moment. So all right. So during this Triicon, so with the team striving for sustainable communities through health promoting technologies and ideas. So held online via Zoom
platform from and awarded by Dr. Howell T. Ho, signed by Dr. Howell T. Ho, our Vice President for Academic Affairs, and Dr. Gisela D.A. Luna, our President of Trinity University of Asia. So the next one is for Dr. Mon Juan Lee. So the same certificate. So again, congratulations for speaking your expertise here in Triicon. And the last but not the least, also we award the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Saleh Hidayat for again opening our minds on the power of the Moringa plant. All right. So I guess please don't close your cameras. So we will be having our photo opportunity. So in order for documentation, right? So again, tech team, please let us know if we are good already. To everyone who can open your cameras, please open your cameras right now. Including the audience. Right. So again, tech team, please let us know if we are good already. So give us your best smiles. I know it is already lunchtime. Okay, so please give your best smiles. All right, so I was informed that it is now okay. So again, thank you all for coming in this parallel session, especially to the speakers, both local and international. Thank you for giving us your time and your expertise, and let us give them a round of applause. All right. Okay, so again, thank you. So there will be to the audience, so there will be an evaluation form that will be sent to you here in the chat. So you need to accomplish them as part of the requirement, right? So again, thank you everyone in participating. I would also like to remind you all that we have plenary sessions this afternoon after lunch. So please also attend that as part of the program. Okay. So again, thank you everyone for your time, and also to the speakers in sharing your expertise. Thank you, Dr. Hidayat, Dr. Carvajal, and Dr. Lee.
Thank you very much. Congratulations as well.
So good afternoon again to everyone and welcome to the plenary session of the Triicon 2023. This is Johanna Rachel San Pedro, the mistress of the ceremonies for this plenary session. Before we begin this afternoon's plenary session, we would like to reiterate the conference house rules. Okay. Again, participants are required to attend all the sessions from April 26 to 27, whether they are attending through the Zoom platform or are viewing in the Triicon in the website. Attendance link will only be posted for a specific time, so don't forget to register your attendance. I hope everyone has registered their attendance in the parallel sessions, and failure to attend any of the sessions will forfeit the privilege of receiving a certificate of participation. 2. Evaluation will be given on April 27, 2023, today, right after this plenary session. And finally, the attendance to all the sessions as well as the result of the evaluation will be the basis in the release of the certificate with CPD points, as well as certificate for CPD self-directed learning. Okay, so I hope all of the attendees were able to take note of these house rules. Before we begin this afternoon's plenary session, again, I would like to welcome everyone to the plenary session, the closing plenary session for our conference. But before we go to the closing, I would first like to remind you of what transpired during yesterday's event. So yesterday we had the opening plenary session. So we had the speakers and the participants were welcomed by our Trinity University of Asia President, Dr. Gisela Luna. Then afterwards, the program was continued with the delivery of the plenary talk by our speaker, Dr. Leslie Michelle Dalmasio. She expounded on the topic on striving for sustainable communities through health promoting technologies and ideas. After the plenary session, the conference then branched out into 4 parallel sessions. We had session A, which focused on sustainable planetary health diagnostics and pharmaceuticals for those who are interested in the field of medical technology, pharmacy, and biology. Session B was on sustainable community health care, catering to nurses, respiratory therapists, and radiologic technologists. Session C is on sustainable health promotion, education, and communication, which are specifically for practitioners of psychology, education, and mass communication. And the last session on sustainable health economies and digitization was for entrepreneurs, IT practitioners, and those involved in the hotel and tourism industry. So in this second and final day of the conference, we are gathered here again in this plenary session to conclude the conference. We are thankful to all our esteemed parallel speakers, and of course to our plenary speaker who willingly share their knowledge and expertise in their disciplines. Since our conference was held simultaneously and speakers and attendees were in their different parallel sessions, we have invited 4 Trinity University of Asia unit heads to share their reflections and their synthesis of the learnings in their assigned parallel session. In this plenary session, as much as we would want to accommodate your questions, but during time constraints, we would not be able to entertain your questions for the speakers this afternoon. And we hope that your questions were already addressed fully during your attendance in the parallel sessions, Q&A. So to proceed with our program, our first reactor for this afternoon is the Dean from the College of Medical Technology, Dean Mark Francisco, who will share his reflection and synthesis on the parallel session on the sustainable health diagnostic and pharmaceuticals. Dean Francisco, you may now take the virtual floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. And first, I would like to thank the committee of this year's Triicon and congratulations. For Triicon 2023, which has entitled Striving for Sustainable Communities Through Health Promoting Technologies and Ideas. This afternoon, I was given the task to have a synthesis of the topic of all the topics under the session A. Now, in session A, which is a group of topics under sustainable planetary health diagnostics and pharmaceutical, is under the College of Medical Technology and the Pharmacy and Biology Department. Now, when it comes to sustainability of human health, I may summarize this one as like a mechanism between diagnostics, biosensors, and pharmaceuticals. These three are very important in sustaining human health and proper treatment. Now, in diagnostics, we have our guest speakers who talk about different topics, such as first we have the heat shock proteins or the HSPs and its relationship to acute coronary syndrome. HSPs or simply proteins that can be a marker. Also, we have the discussion about healthcare access of COVID-19 patients using Geographic Information System or the GIS. And also, we have the discussion about point-of-care testing devices with data management system, wherein nowadays is very important in giving diagnosis that follows treatment in the shortest time. To start with, we have the heat shock proteins discussion, specifically the HSP70 that was discussed thoroughly by our speaker, its role in acute coronary syndrome, and how this protein is related to this condition. Now, it was expressed or stated that due to the cell stress, this protein is being stimulated. That is connected now to the platelet aggregation, and this process will now form thrombus. That thrombus formation is leading or the cause of this acute coronary syndrome. To add more about the topic that was discussed, so there are other environmental stress that causes this mechanism, and it became a very important marker or a signal, okay, because of this pathophysiological state that happens during this stressful condition. Another study was published in 2017 stating that targeting heat shock proteins in cancer, which shows a promising therapeutic approach. So in this case, they relate the use of this HSP for possible treatment for cancer patients. This led to the development of several inhibitors of HSP90 or a different marker. It's the same HSP but different form, and other HSPs that have shown promise both preclinically and clinically in the treatment of cancer. So this is a very interesting study that was published in 2017, leading to a deep study about the role of this HSP, aside from what was discussed and mentioned by our guest speaker. Now, the next topic is about the healthcare access of COVID-19 patients using Geographic Information System or the GIS. GIS or the nowadays use of computer or information system is very important in our diagnostics and even in medical or healthcare. The GIS consists of computer hardware and software that store, manage, analyze, edit, output, and visualize geographic data that can be used for proper diagnosis of diseases and treatment of patients. Now, there are different applications of computer system nowadays. So computers are not just for business, but also in different fields such as healthcare. Like for example, the role of computer system in digital virtual world or the lab info system that is very useful and helpful, especially during the height of the pandemic. Standardization of coding of diseases. We will discuss this later in a short while, showing the role of or the use of coding system for disease treatment and diagnosis, and statistical analysis of cases using computer system. These are some of the basic application of computer programs in the healthcare. Now, first one is the computer system in the clinical laboratory. LIS is being part of it as a requirement especially in big hospitals or clinical lab. It shortens the time in releasing results and informing the condition of the patient. With the use of computer system or computer programs, it's much easier to access information even the laboratory results, the doctors, there's no need to call the lab or even visit the lab just to get the result, but it's simply they can open a computer in their clinics to access the result of the patient. So this is how computerization helps. It shortens the post-analytical procedure, which is the releasing of result. I mentioned earlier about the universal medical coding. This is now a career. It is defined as the transformation of healthcare diagnosis, procedures, medical services, and equipment into universal medical alphanumeric codes. These codes are universal, assigning a specific code for certain diagnosis, treatment, or even condition of the patient. Here, for example, the clinical notes during a patient's visit, even all the lab results, radiological reports, even the summary of discharge of the patient is being encoded by a professional known as clinical coders. They use this coding system to shorten the reporting and to store information about the patient. Example, there is some coding like 569.83 for perforation of intestine, atrial fibrillation, 427.31. So these are universal codes that is being used to assign. Like for example, this one, cardiac arrest, 427.5. So, and other codes. So this one became a career, medical billing and coding specialist. And this is very helpful. The last one application is the world statistics for diseases. Again, during the pandemic, this is very useful for us. Computerization, the application of computer system is easily accessed and to report the distribution of COVID cases worldwide. Well, everyone seen this one. The computerization really helped. And then we move forward with the point of care testing devices with data management system. Even in our DOST, part of the research agenda is in the development of these POCT devices. Point of care testing devices are known to be simple devices that can be used or can give the result very fast, and the result can be done within the site. Like for example, lab testing site will be beside the patient as compared to the routine one. You need to collect specimen first and then you transport it to the laboratory in order to perform the test. But for point of care testing devices, it's much easier to be used beside the patient. So in other terms, POCT is also known as the bedside testing. Provides rapid test results in minutes. However, of course, there are some to be considered. When incorrectly performed or inappropriately utilized, POCT can generate misleading results that require additional follow-up at increased cost and risk to the patient. So the role of the medical technologies is all still there. Even though the device is more simple, it's like any person can easily follow step by step to use that devices. But still, the proper interpretation of result. Like for example, in this image, you can see a simple test kit like a pregnancy test used for detecting infection with syphilis. So if you cannot properly perform the procedure or cannot properly interpret the result, it can lead to the risk to the patient. Now, there are some advantages of this POCT. So of course, we focus on the advantages of this technology, the use of simple devices. Now, before we move on to the advantages of POCT, you can see this image like in the laboratory, there is what you call a cycle. Every analysis will start with pre-examination, meaning patient-client preparation or sample collection. Then, after the sample collection, for example, blood sample, it will be transported to the lab or the main lab. So after that, once the specimen is being transported and the examination will be performed in the lab, and then after that is the post-examination wherein you need to record, to report the result, and that is the last part of this analytical cycle in the laboratory. With the use of the POCT, first it eliminates elimination of sample transportation to central laboratory, so that you don't need to transport. Because again, as we mentioned earlier, you can perform the test beside the patient. And then after that, another advantage is that minimal sample processing. The test conducted with whole blood or urine, simple a drop of blood, no need to process. Like for example, in this case, you need to centrifuge the specimen or the blood sample in the tube in order to separate the packed blood cell from the serum or plasma. So here in the red tab, you can get the serum, and then in the lavender tab, you can, for example, you can get the plasma. It depends on what is required by the machine or the instrument to be used for analysis. So this is one of the challenge in the laboratory. You need to process the blood sample in order to get what is required. Unlike in the common POCT devices, you don't need to process because what is required is just a whole blood, freshly voided urine. Then you use that for the POCT devices. So this is now the technology that is being developed in the biomedical engineering, using chips, devices that can measure, analyze in a very simple manner by using programs and what they call the chip to detect a certain analyze. So that is the promises and advancement in the POC. And number three, another advantage is that simple analytic process. So when you say simple analytic process, it requires a very basic step-by-step procedure. Like for example, pregnancy test kit. You just open the pack and then you put the required 2 to 3 drops of urine, wait for a few seconds or minutes. You can check for the result. 1 line, 2 lines. So that is a simple analytic process. If you will compare that in the actual routine procedures in the laboratory, you need to follow a lot of things like the quality control testing, the the running of QA as analytes before you run the blood sample or patient sample. There's a lot of things to be considered before the actual analytic procedure. Next one is minimal sample requirement. As we mentioned, in some test kits, it only requires a certain simple like a drop of blood or 2 to 3 drops of urine. So that makes this POCT requiring a minimal sample requirement. Then we have the very rapid availability of results. Within 1 to 2 minutes, you can have the result. Again, another simple example of this POCT device is what you're using to measure your blood glucose. Just a drop of blood, and then after that, just wait for a few seconds, and you can have the result. So this is an example of a glucometer or a simple device that can measure glucose level. So within 1 to 2 minutes, you can have the result. So these are the advantages of POCT. Again, proper use, proper training on how to use these devices is very important. So virtual medical consultation is another application of this POCT. So during the time of the height of pandemic, we are all or for example, there's lockdown. You cannot visit your doctor. Even doctors cannot assist you face to face. So the application of this virtual medical consultation became possible by consulting your doctor by virtual meeting. Can be supported or proper diagnosis by the doctor, but actually by performing POCT tests, not just solely talking to your doctor. It should be supported by simple tests so that it can help in the diagnosis. Another group of topic that was discussed is about the biosensors. In the biosensors, we have the speaker about the automated diagnosis of COVID-19 using deep learning and chest X-ray images. And we have the biosensing technologies in precision medicine. So these are what you call innovations in proper diagnosis of diseases. The major role of these biosensors is really to make lesser contact from person to person, lessen the spread of infection. Also, this technology will help us speed up everything. So that is the promise of computerization and robotics in the laboratory. The robotics in medicine using biosensors. So bio means, of course, life, and sensors, these are the technologies or microchips that we are using to sense or to detect something. Okay, before we move on deeper with this topic, let us review the different terminologies that nowadays we are hearing about artificial intelligence or AI. What is AI? AI is a program that can sense, reason, act, and adapt. In the earlier years, AI became, some of people are worried about AI because they see it as a threat to human being. But actually AI is again, it's basically the use of computer programs, softwares that can help us in many ways, not only in healthcare. Now, AI, or the use of artificial intelligence, what we call it artificial itself, because the intelligence of this is still coming from us, human beings. We just incorporate our knowledge and some of our skills in this program or software. So AI is like what you input is what you can get. And then if we will go deeper in this technology, after artificial intelligence, there is what you call term machine learning. It's like the machine should learn those things so that it can function. And algorithms whose performance improve as they are exposed to more data over time. Again, we are human. We are still the brain of this innovation or technology. We input those learning from this machine so that it can be used later on accurately, precisely, based on its function or use. And then we have the word deep learning. For deep learning, a subset of machine learning in which multi-layered neural networks learn from vast amounts of data. So deep learning is like, again, if we will just follow the term itself, it's deeper, it's somehow really linking the role of the brain in this technology. So the human brain is somehow being used to make this technology like how we think and how we perform. So that is what we call deep learning. These terminologies are being applied in this latest development of robotics, even in the healthcare. Just to review and to touch topic that was presented by our speaker about the automated diagnosis of COVID-19 using deep learning and chest X-ray images. If we'll follow the definition of AI and machine learning, we input all these kind of images using X-ray. It is being used to detect some problems, abnormalities in the lungs due to infection and other causes. So in this deep learning, that's why it's called deep learning, we incorporate all these images using X-ray to a program or a software. It's like we're making this program able to detect and to see the different changes in the lungs through the X-ray. Basically, this deep learning can be possibly very useful. It depends on how much we train it or how many information or data that we input in this system. So it depends on that. So in this case, we would like detect COVID-19 through AI or deep learning, a software wherein, for example, you input the image of the patient and that system can detect what kind or if this patient is positive to COVID, what is the severity of the case of this COVID to this patient based on the numerous images that was stored in this program. Same with this example, in machine learning, so this is another publication, but instead of the lungs, the study is more focusing on the liver. So they input different images of liver cancer, hepatocellular adenoma, cyst formation, metastasized liver cancer. And instead of using X-ray, in this study, they use the MRI and CT scan images. So MRI, CT scan images are collected, all images about different structures or images of liver cancer, different stages maybe. And then after collecting a lot of those images by MRI and CT scan, it can now have this program or the machine learning based hybrid feature to analyze for liver cancer and to classify it. Is it already in metastasis level? Is it a cyst form? How large is the cancer in the liver? That is the application of this technology. Well, it only shows us that this technology can be applied in different images. It depends on what are the data that you have. And it can also be applied to different organs of the body. Well, lungs was mentioned earlier with the study simply because COVID-19 affects the lungs, and we have this pandemic. And then the second one, this one is the liver because liver cancer is becoming very common. So it depends on the application. So let's move forward to the next topic. Under biosensors, we have these biosensing technologies in precision medicine. So we have two terminologies here, biosensing, and then we have the precision medicine. These are both very important nowadays. So biosensing technologies, we are very familiar with this one. Everything is now smart, diba? Smartphone, smartwatch. So this kind of technology using smart technology can be applied through health, like for example, monitoring our heartbeat, blood pressure, even our devices can count how many steps we perform a day, right? So these are products of this biosensing technology. And we will just add what is precision medicine. Of course, we are very fortunate to have our speaker discussing this and the application of precision medicine. Well, this is the emerging thing. So biosensing technologies are being applied not only in medical sectors, can be applied not only in medical but even in our agriculture to develop and produce much better crops. Environmental concerns like this biosensor, for example, toxicity in our water supply, toxicity in the air, detection of the pollution. And even in the food, no, some toxins in the food and other harmful chemicals that can be detected by using a sensor. So going back to our topic, simply because we're more focused in the medical application of this biosensing, advancement in human healthcare, okay, using sensor is very much in demand. So a biosensor detects a specific biological analyte. So technology became very popular worldwide. So like for example, another article, this was published in 2018, Biosensing Technologies for Medical Application, Manufacturing, and Regenerative Medicine. So a simple chip, a simple engineering product that can detect or that can be very useful for medical application. It became popular, number one, because it's non-invasive, it's cost-effective, high resolution, and portable biosensor. We are very much into nowadays, which is very portable, simple, smaller, no, easy to carry. So these are one of the things to be considered in developing a biosensor. However, so it's always there's always however, because again, but still it is however still with challenges to overcome. Like for example, including real-time in vivo monitoring of organ functionality in high-risk patient. As of this moment, this technology is really still under studies and more studies come for this one to perfect this technology. But of course, there's nothing such thing as perfect. So this technology cannot be now still very much applicable to high-risk patients. So still technology somehow has limitation when it comes to application. Just to have this, to summarize those things that we're discussing about biosensor, you can see here, these are, some are promises. No? Like for example, this one, eyeglasses that can measure the lactate level and even glucose level of the person wearing that eyeglasses. So it just shows that, imagine, no, it can monitor the glucose level in your blood by just wearing that eyeglasses. This one, we say mouth guard, a patient will wear this mouth guard and then you will check the level of uric acid. That is non-invasive, right? When you say non-invasive, there's no need now to collect blood just to measure the amount of uric acid present. But these are again still under research, not being used in the laboratory yet, but still these are some of the promising technology that can be possibly used in the future. Smart contact lenses. So if you don't want to wear the eyeglasses, you can also wear the contact lenses that can monitor your glucose. Oh, this one, tooth sensor. Look at this one, no? Because that sensor can detect bacterial load in your tooth. We have these wearable diagnostic, like for example, wearable to measure the cortisol or the stress hormone and others. So there's a lot of application of this biosensor. I guess this is what our DOST would like to have, research on these biosensors. This is an opportunity for medical practitioners and the engineering professionals to have this collaborative research about the development of biosensors. And it really important to consider this because, for example, if you are an engineer, you know how to develop this biosensor, computer engineers and other forms of engineer, no? Electrical engineer and others. So they are master of this device development and technology. But this technology cannot be tested properly to human being if there is no medical practitioners and allied health practitioners that can perform the test or to test if this device is really applicable or really acceptable when it comes to the result which is precise and accurate. So again, in research, there is now what we call collaborative research wherein different professions need to have this certain study to consider their expertise in developing these devices. So kasi nakita ko yan before that, for example, if I may share to the listeners right now, in the Philippines, a simple vein finder is very expensive. Even big hospitals have limited numbers of these units of this vein finder. This vein finder is just the term itself. It helps in locating the vein for venipuncture, even in putting IVs. It is very expensive simply because there's than 5 companies who are having this license to develop these devices. And surprisingly, there's a lot of studies, prototypes, developments that is published in journals, but they're not able to reach the level of patency or even commercializing these devices. The answer there or the problem there is simply because these prototypes are being developed, studied by engineers and computer engineers and others. But the problem is that they cannot test their devices to human beings. So there's a limitation with that. And for example, for us in the allied health, our knowledge about the development of biosensors are limited, but we know how it can properly, how can we use this technology properly for healthcare. So that is the gap between these two field of studies. So anyway, again, let us continue. Medyo napatagalan tayo dito, but again, because this is very popular nowadays, the use of or the development of different biosensors. Even our smartphones, our smartwatches, these are product of this biosensor. Okay, so the next term what that we have is the precision medicine. It is defined as a form of medicine that uses information about persons' own genes or proteins to prevent what? To prevent. Prevention is better than cure. Another thing is that we use the information of the genes or proteins of a person to properly diagnose the condition or the disease, or the later on, of course, to treat the disease. So this is the basic definition that I got from precision medicine. It's a precise application of medicine. So we go deeper in the study of genes, DNA of a person before properly diagnosing the disease and treatment. So young generations of medical practitioners are applying this precision medicine. The precision medicine application, for example, in cancer. In cancer, discovering unique therapies that treat an individual's cancer based on the specific genetic abnormalities of that person's tumor. So simply, it tells us that if there's, for example, 4 patients having the same liver cancer, but this cancer or tumor that they have might be different when it comes to structure, genetic makeup, and a lot of things. No, it is very unique from person to person. So the precision medicine is applied in cancer for knowing the specific information about the person's tumor for the following reason. Number one, for proper diagnosis. Next, it is also very important, the application of precision medicine, to plan the plan of treatment. The treatment itself, for example, again, going back to our example, if there are 4 patients with liver cancer, the plan of treatment will varies from patient to patient. To make this more simple, like for example, there are 5 patients having diabetes, but they have different genetic makeup, different lifestyle, different habits, etc. So even though you give the same drug or treatment to those 5 patients, then you will still expect that there will be different responses, different levels of treatment that might happen. And that is now the advancement in medicine, which is now what we call precision medicine. You need to treat patients different from each other, even though they have the same cases. So plan of action or plan of treatment for each patient. And of course, the next one is to monitor the treatment process. If that treatment really beneficial for that specific patient. And the last one is prognosis or the future outlook. Is the patient recovering? Is, for example, if that is cancer, so we're talking about cancer here, is the size of the cancer much smaller now, lesser number? So that is a good prognosis or a good outlook, meaning that the patient is responding properly and the treatment is effective to that specific patient. So it's like go deeper to the characteristic of the patient, not just mass treatment. So you just giving the same treatment to all patients having the same condition. Okay, now speaking about this difference between traditional medicine and precision medicine. So traditional medicine, one treatment fits all. So like, for example, here we have 7 patients with colon cancer. So 7 colon cancer patients given the same therapy or treatment. And after that, the doctor will monitor or will check how many of the patient will have a good effect, meaning they will respond to the treatment. How many will be no effect at all? So meaning the size of the tumor still the same, no response, nothing. And much worse if that is an adverse effect. So meaning there's 1 out of 7, for example, in this case, 1 out of 7, meaning after giving the treatment or medicine, instead of treating the patient, it became worse. That is the adverse effect of drugs to the patient. While in precision medicine, more personalized diagnosis is like you're very close to your doctor. The doctor knows your condition very well, and that is more personalized. So precision medicine, for example, we have again 7 patients properly tested, properly check the DNA and other blood tests is being performed, urine and other tissue analysis is being performed prior to treatment. And then the specific treatment will be given based on the result of this analysis. So since you perform a lot of those analysis, meaning you expect that all of the patients will have a good effect. No, there is a positive effect after giving the drugs. So this is more personalized. Take note, no. So the first three patients have the green, just an example, green treatment, yellow treatment, and the blue treatment. So those all treatment is personalized, and we are expecting all of them will respond properly, or they will be treated based on the therapy that was given. So that is the main difference between traditional medicine and the precision medicine. So next, let's move on to the last part, which is pharmaceuticals. In the pharmaceuticals, our guest speakers discuss about the role of pharmaceutical industry, and then of course that pharmaceutical industry should able to sustain, okay, how we sustain the development of drugs, the production of drugs and treatment. So that is sustainability. And of course, those drugs and treatment that was given must be with easy access to our consumers, or the pharmaceutical diagnostics for Filipinos. That these are the topics that was discussed by our speaker. And of course, the last one, we have the utilization of Moringa oleifera lam, which is what we know as the simply malunggay, for its health benefit. So under pharmaceutical, actually the topic is being aligned very well, no? Meaning from the role of the pharmaceutical industry, how to sustain this one, how can we have an access with this treatment and drugs, and then later on we go back to basic, which is the use of the natural or the herbal medicine that we have nowadays. And there's a lot of studies and research that is being performed in the different plants that we have in our um, naturally occurring plants that we have for possible treatment or health benefits. Okay, so again, I would like to put this one in like a mechanism again. So the role of pharmaceutical industry in the development and production of drugs, and how they um, sustain this drug supply, and its capability to be for easy access. Okay, for example, so during the time of the pandemic again, it's very nice to use this as an example, because actually we are not yet done with this concern with the COVID-19. It is still there, and as experts told us, it will stay there, and unfortunately, and but expected, that these organisms are mutating. And this mutation is again a product of, well, if human beings would like to survive, this microorganism also would like to survive. That's why they mutate. Okay, so the role of pharmaceutical industry in developing and the production of drugs, like for example, in the development of this vaccine against COVID-19. No? So this vaccine production or development during the time of the pandemic, it really is like us people are really weighing. Is it really uh, much better, or it's a better decision to have the vaccine or not to have the vaccine? Because in that certain time wherein we have the height of the pandemic, it's like your safety is like always um, um, our priority. So the vaccine production for against COVID-19, it doesn't follow the routine process of developing vaccine. Now, but we don't have any choice because we are under pandemic condition. And after that, so it doesn't stop there, the production and development of different types of vaccine. Some of the vaccines are being developed in the uh, old ways, or the the, s- the old process of developing vaccine. And we have this RNA developed vaccine type. So there are a different technology that was applied in this RNA vaccine. Okay, so after this production of vaccines, we need to have the proper access. Because even though there's vaccine that is present, for example, or available, if we cannot access it, it's useless. So this is the mechanism, no? The role of pharmaceutical in the development, response, no, and able to sustain the supply and for proper access. Just to share, no, speaking of the vaccine development or drug development, drug discovery and development really follows a long process. So meaning, take note of this representation. It takes years, no? 2 to 5 years in developing and uh, thinking of the production of a certain or developing a certain drug against um, diseases. And then 1.5 years for the clinical development, and then another 5 to 7 years for the check to detect the safety or toxicology studies for these drugs that is being developed. Is it safe to use? Is it more beneficial than giving uh, hazards to user? And then after that, another years to come for regulatory approval, which is what happened to our vaccine, COVID-19 vaccine. It was shortened because of the pandemic. No, we're under the pandemic, so we cannot follow. Imagine, no, if you will wait for 7, 10 to 12 years or more before we have the vaccine, what will happen to us? No, and then of course the last phase or phase 4 is post marketing. In this post marketing, it only shows that even drugs that is already being out in the market, we are not 100% sure about the safety of these drugs. We are not 100% sure about the um, benefits of these drugs. If you if you saw this commercial about the use of drugs, like yung commercial ng isang drug na safe ba yan, if you will think about it, bakit kaya ganun yung, why is it that the commercial is about, oh, this drug, safe ba yan? Safe ba yan? Because there's no such thing as 100% safe drugs. Even those drugs already in the market, later on, it can be removed. No? Bakit kaya, for example, um, a simple drug, which is Cortal. I don't know if young generations knows this, but Cortal is a common drug before, but it was removed from the market because of its side effects. So it means that um, that is the weighing about the benefits and the hazards of a certain drug. So again, going back, I presented this slide just to show us the real process on how to, from the discovery up to the development, up to the use by the public. No? Because, for example, in the clinical development for phases of toxicology and trial, um, for example, you started with a small number of population, healthy volunteers, until you need to have uh, trials for specific people having the disease, and then later on, the large-scale controlled clinical trials. So it really takes time. Kaya nga, during the time we're using these COVID vaccines, there's always a follow-up reports about, oh, there's a case of side effects that was detected by using this vaccine, blah, 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 because that is part of the post-market. Okay, so last topic is about the utilization of Moringa oleifera lam, which is the malunggay that we use for our, di ba, in our menu. What are the health benefits of this Moringa oleifera? First, it can be used as a prevention. And you will see, no, a lot of nowadays you can see in the market a lot of supplements. So we say supplements, ay, uminom lang ako dito after drinking this, my eyes is very clear, something like that. Ang kapag ito, hindi ka after that. What does it mean? These products are not actually tested to really proven to treat a disease, but it's more of somehow they say that their claim it can prevent. So in this case, this malunggay, the claim is that it can prevent formation of kidney stone. Next is cure. So aside from preventing something, it can cure skin redness or some responses to allergies from the skin. It can remove warts, no? So, and it can even increase fertility. So, meaning, these are the, um, they say, health benefits of this plant based on studies, based on research. And again, going back, another agenda for research in the DOST is this one. Aside from developing some simple test kits, and it is also, or biosensor, another topic that is very in demand now in research is detecting the use of different herbal medicines or plants that we have for medical use. Talking about chemical versus natural. These chemical, these are the drugs that we are using now, manufactured, artificially produced in the laboratory versus natural using plant extract, using natural sources. So this is now a concern between these two forms of drugs simply because of the formation of a resistant organism. Ito yung mga tinatawag nating mga superbugs. These are one of the most important uh, topic for research wherein we need to develop more drugs in order to fight this resistance. Now, resistance to drugs is a product of misuse, okay, of misuse or um, too much use of these drugs, improper use or misuse is improper use of these drugs, like for example, especially in using antibiotics, no, we need to really follow how to take these antibiotics, because if you will not follow the proper way of taking these antibiotics, it might harm us later on by developing a more stronger microorganism that causes your disease. Meaning more stronger, what you did is you just use your drug as the vitamins of those organisms. Later on, they will develop something, protection from your drug. So the next time you will use that antibiotic is no longer, it will no longer treat you because of that resistance. So again, like for example, we're talking about ESBL, MRSA. So Aureus is a very simple cocci, but because of resistance, it's very hard to treat open wounds. For example, a patient after surgery, simple surgery, and then it's already weeks, no, the wound is not healing, and the reason is because of infection with resistant organism. So speaking of the Department of Health, so the Department of Health issued some of these 10 herbal medicine in the Philippines that is proven to be useful. And just to mention, like for example, ampalaya, the bitterness of this ampalaya helps in lowering the blood glucose. No? And another example is this bayabas, no? It's the guava. The guava, even the guava leaves, it is being used even before, no? As its antibacterial property. So I remember I have one friend who is using pansit-pansitan like tea kasi daw it can prevent dengue infection. So those are the things that is result of some research. Okay. Lagundi. So lagundi is known for treating cough. So even in the market or in commercial, you can see there are some drugs now that is endorsing or using natural sources like lagundi. Okay, so other studies in this field, like for example, the anti-diabetic activity of Allium sativum, the study in 2013, no? Sativum, it is the bawang or the garlic that we have. And it is studied based on its property, anti-diabetic property of this Allium sativum. So again, it depends on the condition of the patient. No? Not necessarily if you have diabetes, you can just use bawang to lower your glucose. It depends on the level of glucose that you have, or if your diabetes is controlled or not. Another study is about the use of tomato. No? Anyway, tomato is known to be having this substance for anti-cancer property. And then just recently in 2022, a discovery of a cocktail of potential SARS-CoV-2 main protease inhibitors through virtual screening of a known chemical components of Vitex negundo L, which is the lagundi. Ayan. Ulitin ko po, lagundi po yung dahon na yan. Meron lang siyang kahawig, no? But this lagundi leaf is now being studied against SARS-CoV-2, no? But the lagundi is known to be very effective, as they say, for treating cough, no? Cough-causing diseases. So with that, thank you very much, and maraming salamat po for listening, and hope you get something from my presentation this afternoon. And again, thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Dean Francisco. To introduce our next reactor, our reactor is the Dean of the St. Luke's College of Nursing. Let us have Dean John Michael Lorena for the reaction on the parallel session B, Sustainable Community Healthcare Asynthesis, which was attended by radiologic technologists, respiratory therapists, and nurses. Without further ado, we would like to call on Dean Lorena. You may now have the virtual floor, Dean Lorena.
Yes, can I share my PowerPoint?
Tech team? Okay, sir, you can already share your PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can you see it?
Yes, sir.
You see? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so again, good afternoon. Appreciation goes to the organizers of this Triicon. And my topic is all about sustainable community health care, a synthesis. I am Dean John Michael Lorena of St. Luke's College of Nursing. So basically, the objectives of my presentation are as follows. Number one, I would like the participants to appreciate the concept of sustainability, community health, and collaboration among healthcare professionals. Number two, reflect on how it can be merged for effective client outcomes. And lastly, introduce the concept of interprofessional collaboration. So basically, before I start my presentation, I would like first to discuss health versus community health. And as we all know, for the past 1.5 days, we are always bombarded with universal healthcare law. And some of the speakers also talk about WHO's Achieving Health for All. Some talks about strengthening primary health care, which has the goal, which is to improve the quality of life. Now, when we talk about community health, it is a collective well-being of community members. They share health characteristics, ethnicities, and socioeconomic conditions. So these two, health versus community health, are interrelated and has one goal, which is health for all. Moving on, why community health is important. Obviously, community health or community health care is important because it addresses health disparities, basically in rural and low-income areas wherein poverty, homelessness are pretty much evident, and other risk factors. Number two, it lowers healthcare cost because when we talk about community health, primary healthcare is of significance, and sometimes primary healthcare is or focuses on the client itself or making it client-centered. And lastly, community health has resources which can become assets in public health initiatives. So the model that the community healthcare or community health is using is the holistic model, wherein they treat and prevent multiple conditions or multitude of conditions. Now, for a continuation, when we talk about community health, we are working at the community level, which promotes healthy living. It helps prevent chronic diseases and brings the greatest health benefits to the greatest number of people in need. And this was attested by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. And when we talk about healthy living, it does not focuses only on the food we eat or exercise, but it also talks about positive thinking and feeling good. Moving on, we now talk about sustainability. When we talk about sustainability, this is the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their current personal needs. In other words, when we talk about sustainability, it should be continuous and it should be multifaceted, meaning it has other factors like economic, like environment, which were discussed by some of our speakers. And now I am going to match sustainability versus community health. When we try to maintain a sustainable healthcare, we always look at providing high quality, effective, and safe healthcare as a major economic and social challenge. And of course, when we talk about economic, are our interventions cost effective? And are our interventions ecological? Meaning, is it environmental friendly? So basically, that is now the main challenge for all healthcare workers, whether you are a nurse, whether you are a radiologic technologist, whether you are a respiratory therapist, we are all encountering this health challenge. Now, when we say sustainable community health, there should be a good collaboration among healthcare team members and in between systems that would help us achieve our goals. And I think the plenary speaker talks about good health and well-being as one of our SDGs. In other words, there should be interconnectedness between disciplines or health disciplines, and there is also a will to establish and innovate new policies. If you're listening to the sharing of our radiologic technology speaker, they were talking about innovation. And in other words, all members of the healthcare team are implementers and must be held accountable in creating unified efforts to address such challenges. Now, moving on, why there is a need to sustain community health. The definition of sustainability has constantly evolved and it would evolve in the future. But right now, when we talk about sustainability, it now focuses on well-being of patients or clients, healthcare workers as well, and community in general. Therefore, preservation of our own resources and promotion of our own interests or promotion of the interests of our stakeholders must be considered. And how can we do that? We follow the best practices. And when we follow the best practices, we are able to manage our own resources for the benefit of our community. Now, in our pursuit to be sustainable, we should be responsible with the use of our own resources. Number two, we should participate in disease prevention through effective health promotion. I think all of the speakers in this 1.5 day focuses really on health education and health promotion. And there should be a continuous developing of new knowledge through research. Because let's face it, knowledge development is the name of the game in community health. But when we do knowledge development, we should always remember we could attain that through research, but our research should be ethical in nature. And this was discussed by our speaker in the nursing area. Moving on, we always continue to innovate and promote emerging technologies that were mentioned by our previous speakers. So, in terms of our pursuit to be sustainable, we should also assess our current healthcare systems and structures. These systems or health structures serve to preserve and improve public health. Therefore, accessibility and quality of service provided should be ensured and a multidisciplinary team must be involved to address various aspects of sustainability. So collectively, I will call them healthcare workers or HCW, which comprises the following: the nurses, the midwives, the doctors, the radiologic technologists, the respiratory therapists, among others. And there is now a need to collaborate and share resources. That is the reason why I am proposing or I am reintroducing interprofessional collaboration in healthcare because probably that would be my reflection for the past 1.5 days. Now, when we talk about interprofessional collaboration, two or more professions work together to achieve common goals, and that is good health and well-being. It is used as a means for solving a variety of problems and complex issues like health. And also, according to the definition of WHO for collaborative practice, it is actually working together with patients, families, and communities to deliver the highest quality of care across settings. So why there is a need for interprofessional collaboration? Effective interprofessional collaborative practice, or ICT, improves access to health interventions. It coordinates healthcare system. And actually in the field of nursing and other allied health, we are practicing referrals. Also, ICT makes use of our resources efficiently. It reduces incidence and prevalence of disability. And the most important, I was listening to the radiologic technology seminar. It increases job satisfaction, which reduces stress and burnout from health professionals. In other words, there are shared efforts and resources leading to a common goal. In actuality, ICT produces a culture of social responsiveness, which is one of the factors of sustainability. So when we talk about social responsive, this is our obligation as a healthcare professional to contribute to the community or country in a way that makes the quality of life and environment better for those around them. So that is what I mean of social responsiveness. Now, ICP further supports client-centered practice. It requires mutual respect, confidence, and trust among members, and it requires effective communication. So basically what is lacking is, as healthcare providers, as healthcare professionals, as healthcare workers, are we talking and listening to each other? Are we talking and listening to each other and to the individual concerned, including their family and caregivers? Which now leads me to the question, are we ready for interprofessional collaboration? Just a real talk. Philippines face a lot of more basic problems that prevents healthcare professionals from giving the best care they can. And what are those? Majority of the Filipino lack access to basic healthcare, which is very true. If you're living in a far-flung area, definitely you have limited access to basic healthcare. If you're living in the mountains, definitely you have limited access. If you're living on a deserted island, you have limited access to basic healthcare. Number two, there are not enough healthcare workers in the country, which is very true because majority of the healthcare workers are going out of the Philippines, exploring new opportunities, looking for greener pastures, if I may say. But there are still Filipino healthcare workers that are staying in the Philippines and serving the Filipino people. Number three, the healthcare industry has not embraced digitalization. Probably some, yes, in the private sector, but some slowly are now embracing digitalization. And lastly, there are limited access to medical supplies and basic health services. Now, given these challenges, I think the most important here is solving the problems plaguing the country's healthcare system must be a collective effort. So, in our pursuit for sustainability, we should use our resources effectively. We should participate in health promotion and disease prevention. We should create policies that are novel and provide new regulations. And we should be innovative and promote innovative ecosystem. And in that way, the interprofessional collaboration of healthcare workers could come in for a good health and well-being, or health for all. So as a reflection, I'm now nearing the end of my presentation. What is my reflection? Realization of universal healthcare and quality healthcare will only be possible with a whole of government and whole of society approach, which involves other national government agencies apart from Department of Health. And it should also include local government units, development partners like NGOs, healthcare workers like us, among others. What else? Coordination between the academe and clinical practice must happen, specifically in the introduction of interprofessional education into the curriculum. And lastly, we should have the correct mindset. Being sustainable requires great effort from all of us. After all, Philippines is a great country with competent, innovative, and passionate healthcare workers. And yes, there's still hope. On my last slide, I would like to share a quote from Mother Teresa. I can do things you cannot. You can do things I cannot. But together, we can do great things. Thank you very much and magandang hapon po.
Thank you very much, Sir Lorena. To proceed to our next speaker. Okay, but before that, I have some few announcements for our participants, particularly to those who are practicing nursing. So we have been granted with 5 credit units from the Professional Regulation Commission. So our nursing participants would be granted 5 points, CPD points, if they have attended all the sessions and will answer the evaluation form right after this plenary session. Okay, I hope that is clear to everyone. So to continue on with our program, our next reactor is Dr. Teresita Capacete, the Dean of the College of Arts, Sciences, and Education, who will share her synthesis and reflection on Parallel C, Sustainable Health Promotion, Education, and Communication. The Parallel was attended by professionals and students from education, psychology, and mass communication. Dean Capacete, if you are now ready to take on the virtual floor, the floor is now yours, Dean.
Thank you. Thank you, Ma'am Joanna, and good afternoon again. I don't have any visual aid. Okay. I do not intend to repeat what have been excellently discussed with you today and yesterday about our topic and unnecessarily belabor you with the same. I cannot help but just run through the topics itself and how I see them all related to each other. For day 1 morning session, the first speaker, and I call him Mr. Positive, emphasized that we must grow our capacities not only in times when things are good, but also when times are challenging. He reiterated that by promoting positive emotions, engagement, relationship, meaning, and accomplishment, or what he calls PERMA, we can foster a sense of well-being and promote sustainable, holistic health. We need to work together to create a more sustainable and just future for ourselves and the generations to come. The second speaker discussed the importance of community guidance and counseling services to address mental health issues in the Philippines. The speaker also emphasized on prevention rather than intervention, and that collaboration and awareness are necessary, as well as education and funding. Overcoming stigma is a community effort. The third speaker pointed out how lifestyle choices impact health risk behaviors among adolescents. Results yielded from our study showed that a school-based intervention program has a significant impact on promoting healthy lifestyle choices and reducing health risk behaviors. Personal factors, though, play a vital role. For day 1 afternoon session, corporate social responsibility, or CSR, communication, #activism, related to sexual harassment and school safety, and digital analytic skills and competencies of professional communicators in Indonesia were discussed in 3 separate topics. In the first topic, it was highlighted that intrinsic CSR attributions are essential for companies to evoke, as they provide benefits such as increased stakeholder trust and loyalty. The speaker also explored the importance of message design in evoking intrinsic CSR attributions and provided several message design elements that organizations can use to evoke intrinsic CSR attributions. One example given of on an intrinsic CSR campaign was Dove's Let Her Grow campaign in Thailand. And the second topic, hashtag activism, was discussed as a powerful tool for creating societal change, especially in raising awareness about issues related to sexual harassment and school safety. The speaker provided the example of Make a School a Safer Place movement in Malaysia, which gained widespread support on social media and led to important conversations on sexual harassment and school safety. In the third topic, the speaker discussed the insufficiency in digital analytic skills and competencies of professional communicators in Indonesia. The speaker highlighted the importance of digital skills in the communication field and provided some suggestions for addressing the issue, including providing digital literacy training for professional communicators and collaboration between academic institutions and the industry. The topics discussed highlighted the importance of effective communication in various contexts and the need for continuous development of skills and competencies in the field. Communication and the need for the professionals must keep with the changing landscape of communication and utilize tools like social media and digital analytics to effectively communicate and create positive impact. And for today's morning session, the first speaker discussed on community-based program. He embarked on by UST and the mission of Simbahayan to ensure the implementation of their different projects and advocacy regarding service learning with the end goal of social transformation. Further, the speaker stated that COVID provided opportunity for schools to develop their service programs to be recalibrated to fit the needs of pandemic situations. The second speaker spoke on the understanding of mental health and shared some pieces of advice to conquer fears, apprehensions, depression, anxiety disorders, or anything in reference to a wide range of mental health conditions. And the last but not the least, the third speaker focused on the basics of service learning and community engagements in HEIs, highlighting on community development and cataloging on the characteristics of high-quality services rendered to the community, which must be related to the changing times and related outcomes. The speaker also stressed that the community is the extension of the classroom. The typology of service learning and stages of service learning were also discussed. As we can glean from the topics, one idea presented leads to the other. Sustainable health promotion, education/community, and communication are key elements of a successful health strategy. Health promotion is a process that enables people to increase control over and improve their health. It is based on the recognition that people have the capacity to make decisions concerning their health. Education is a vital part of health promotion as it increases knowledge and understanding of health and health-related issues, and communication is a fundamental tool for successful health promotion. It is already an established fact that, especially these days, still in the midst of a pandemic, sustainable health promotion is a must. Exactly how that is done? Through education, of course. And how best this is achieved? Through proper communication. As in anything, lack of education is the culprit. And maybe not because we did not want to, but mainly because we didn't know how. I remember when the COVID-19 broke out, there was panic. We just didn't know what to do. There were all sorts of beliefs and theories about it, scientific and not, that definitely blurred the entire understanding of the disease. And here, I am sure we can all relate and share the same frustration because, yes, we simply didn't know what to do and how to go about things. That precisely made the situation more problematic and more chaotic. Why? Yes, ignorance, lack of education, poor communication. And what is the key word in our discussion? Sustainability. Sustainability is highly desirable. We want a program that is sustainable. It cannot be just a flash in the pan. It has to be long-lasting. It has to be continuous and enduring. In conclusion, sustainable health promotion, education, and communication are essential components of a healthy society. By investing in these areas, we can create a healthier and a more equitable future for all. We must continue to prioritize these initiatives and work together to ensure that everyone has access to the resources they need to lead healthy and fulfilling lives. Again, thank you, God bless, and good day to all.
Thank you, Dean Capacete, for your reflection. Moving on to our next reactor. Our next reactor is the Dean of the College of Business and Administration, Dr. Maria Victoria Rosas. Dr. Rosas will talk about the reflections on the parallel D on sustainable health economies and digitalization. This was attended by participants who were interested in the disciplines of business management and administration, hotel and tourism management, and information technology. Again, to talk about sustainable health economies and digitalization, a synthesis, may we request for the presence of Dean Rosas to the virtual floor. Dean Rosas?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You may now begin your talk, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate the organizing committee of the Triicon 2023. This afternoon, I was tasked to present a synthesis of the sharings and insights of the speakers in parallel session D on sustainable health economics and digitization. The first speaker, Dr. Joseph Refugio, discussed sustainable health economics and how digitization and digital transformation influence and challenge sustainability and health economics. He defined sustainability and health economics from different perspectives. He mentioned common processes and factors on how to attain sustainability, particularly on having sustainable long-term growth. He mentioned the key drivers of the four major factors that affect well-being. One of the major factors is social protection. He mentioned that the key drivers of this social protection are social policies, social equity and frameworks, and economic policies. The second is gender equality, which is central to sustainable growth. It plays an important role in the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals number 5. The third is sustainable health, which, according to Dr. Refugio, includes social sustainability, economic sustainability, and environmental sustainability in order to have a fair and equal distribution of the healthcare system. The last item is sustainable education. The speaker mentioned that sustainable education depends on 3 P's, which are profit, which includes education policy, planet, includes educational ecosystem, and people or human resources. He also shared the major issues in the world in 2050, or otherwise known as TWI 2015. That is transforming the world for sustainable development. By 2050, the technology of the future, like nanobots, will give us full immersion in virtual reality from within the nervous system. There will be a continuous digital revolution, such as the artificial intelligence, big data, nanotech, autonomous systems, to name a few. Smart cities, providing decent housing, changes in human capacity and demography, which includes age factor, labor markets, education, consumption and production, which focuses on sufficiency of resources, energy, and decarbonation. The emergence of a higher version of the technology and its proper utilization leads to the attainment of sustainable development in terms of economic, social, and environmental. Dr. Refugio discussed the digital revolution pyramid, the past, present, and future. Digitization is foundational. This is the connection between the physical world and software. This is what we have been doing since the 1960s. Then, digitalization increases productivity and efficiency while reducing costs. Digitalization improves an existing business process or processes, but does not change or transform them. The digitalization presumes digitization. Majority of the current activities are part of the digitalization, while digital transformation is really business transformation enabled by digitalization. It pertains to the changing of business processes enabled or forced by digitalization technologies. Dr. Refugio also mentioned healthcare technology trends in 2030, as well as the challenges of digital and sustainable health economics, such as the use of artificial intelligence, cloud computing, blockchain, robotics, etc. He also reiterated that political commitment from the government leaders, transparency, community, and public engagement, adaptive research and evaluation, health workforce capacity building, ethical standards, economic investment, and intersectoral interdisciplinary partnership across government, academe, and industry are some of the possible remedial measures or solutions to augment challenges in the digitalized health economy. The second speaker, Dr. Manuel Dotong, discussed FIRE technologies or Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies in the healthcare industry. The application of the Fourth Industrial Revolution or FIRE technologies in the healthcare industries and their importance in the health economy was the main focus of the discussion given by Dr. Dotong. This includes the use of advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, robotics, and the blockchain technology to improve healthcare delivery, diagnosis, treatment, and patient outcomes. He highlighted the potential benefits of these technologies in the healthcare industries, such as increased efficiency, accuracy, cost effectiveness, and accessibility of healthcare services. He also mentioned the importance of technology in addressing the current and future challenges facing the healthcare industry, such as pandemics, chronic diseases, and the aging population. Changes and developments in the healthcare industry, like revolutionizing healthcare in terms of delivery of services, diagnosis, delivery of medicines, teleconsultation, and use of robotics in the hospital. These are the results of the adoption of the artificial intelligence as explained by Dr. Dotong. Dr. Dotong quoted Andrew Ang that AI is not a replacement for human doctors, but rather a complementary task that can help them make more accurate and informed decisions, leading to better patient care, improved patient outcomes, reduced costs, and effective health services. The third speaker focused on building sustainable health economies through digitalization opportunities for students across disciplines. Dr. Ilagan discussed various experiences with digitalization in healthcare and significant digital health trends in the country, such as electronic health records and mobile apps for personalized healthcare. She also presented the challenges and role of the stakeholders in building sustainable health economics and opportunities for investment in healthcare and the social impact. Likewise, Dr. Ilagan highlighted innovative health tech startups, social enterprises, and the potential of AI-powered healthcare solutions. She also mentioned the importance of skills and knowledge areas such as healthcare delivery, data analytics, software development, and business enterprises. Moreover, she encouraged everyone to take action toward building sustainable health economics by contributing their skills and knowledge. As a synopsis, the three stages of a digital revolution are digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation. These are now invading all areas of different sectors like business, medical, manufacturing, engineering, academe, and many more. These show changes in how to operate and deliver value to customers and cultural change that requires adjustment due to the emergence of new technology. The healthcare industry is one of the major industries that adopted the revolution of digital technology. In recent years, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought new urgency to meeting digital transformation goals and forced many organizations to speed up transformation work. A business may take on digital transformation for several reasons, but by far the most likely reason is that they have to. It's a survival issue. In the wake of the pandemic, an organization's ability to adapt quickly to supply chain disruptions, time to market pressures, and rapidly changing customer expectation has become critical. The information age brought a lot of challenges and opportunities. We are now in the last phase of IR 4.0 and moving toward IR 5.0. Industry 4.0 moves towards Industry 5.0 when customers allowed to customize what they want. The presence of artificial intelligence, virtual reality, quantum computing, robotics and automation, blockchain technology, cybersecurity, data privacy, the Internet of Things, biotechnology, and genetic engineering are all products of FIRE or Fourth Industrial Revolution. Industry 5.0 is the revolution in which man and machine reconcile and find ways to work together to improve the means and efficiency of production or services. The fifth revolution could already be underway among the companies that are just now adopting the principle of IR 4.0. Humans might become more likely to handle the lighter work while machines take care of the more strenuous in some industries. The greatest advances predicted by Industry 5.0 involve the interaction of human intelligence and cognitive computing. Combined humans and computerized machinery are expected to take manufacturing, healthcare, and other industries to new levels of speed and perfection. The fifth revolution could also prove more advantageous to the environment as companies develop systems that run on renewable energy and eliminate waste. As artificial intelligence improves and robots assume more human-like capabilities, the interaction between computers, robots, and human workers will ultimately become more meaningful and mutually enlightening. Another important platform in the business environment nowadays is the emergence of metaverse. Meta means beyond and verse from the word universe. Metaverse enables users to build interactive experiences that combine the virtual environment and the real world. Additionally, it can be considered a virtual version of the concept or idea of cyberspace. The COVID-19 epidemic ignited interest in the metaverse. As more individuals work and go to school online, there has been a rise in the desire for techniques to make online contact more lifelike. Mark Zuckerberg revealed in 2021 the reconstruction of Facebook into a maximalist version that includes social presence, office work, and entertainment. Hence, the name Facebook changed to Meta. In October 2021, reflecting its more significant commitment as Metaverse. Metaverse will be a living experience that exists continuously for everyone in real time, just as it does in real life. It is a game changer for work from home shifts, virtual meetings, and trading transactions. The keys to sustainability are innovation and creativity in the business environment, healthcare industry, and many more in order to maintain and sustain operations in the world of the information age. Let us embrace technology, whether we like it or not. Technology is here to stay. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rosas, the Dean of the College of Business Management and Administration of the Trinity University of Asia, for that comprehensive synthesis of the Parallel D on sustainable health economics and digitalization. Moving on to the next part of our program, to express our gratitude to our unit heads who presented their reflections on the different parallel sessions, may we proceed to the awarding of the certificates. We would like to call on the Vice President for Academic Affairs of the Trinity University of Asia, Dr. Howell P. Ho, to award the certificate of appreciation to our speakers for this afternoon.
So good afternoon, everybody. So I am very glad to present this certificate to our speakers this afternoon. So Trinity University of Asia presents a certificate of appreciation to Dr. John Michael Lorena, Trinity University of Asia, as a plenary speaker during the Triicon 2023. Can you please make it a little bit, it's very small. Okay, so with the theme striving for sustainable communities through health promotion technologies and ideas, held via Zoom virtual platform from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. on August 26 to 27. Signed by me and Dr. Gisela D. A. Luna. Thank you very much, Dean John.
Thank you.
The same certificate is also presented to Dr. Teresita K. Capacete as a plenary speaker to the Triicon 2020-23. Dr. Capacete, thank you very much. And the same certificate is also awarded to Dr. Maria Victoria Rosas, who served as a plenary speaker during the Triicon 2023. Thank you very much, Dean Rosas.
Thank you po, BPAA.
And the same certificate? Oh,
Okay, sir. Congratulations to congratulations to our plenary speakers for this afternoon. And since Sir Mark is not around, sir, we will just give him the certificate. May we again request our plenary reactors and the two of Vice President for Academic Affairs for a brief photo opportunity to document this event. Kindly turn on your cameras, ma'ams and deans, doctors. Okay, in my count, okay, for a while. Okay, in my count, 3, 2, 1, smile. Another one. Oh, okay, we're good. We're good. Okay, we have captured the picture. Thank you very much for the very comprehensive um, reflections and synthesis of all of the parallel sessions that we have attended, that our participants have attended yesterday and today. So as we move towards the end of our conference and to officially wrap up this year's Triicon 2023, may we again request our VPAA, Dr. Howell Tiho, to deliver the closing remarks. Dr. Howell.
yes. So greetings to all, and thank you for joining us at the Trinity Research and Idea International Congress Triicon 2023 with the theme Striving for Sustainable Communities Through Health Promoting Technologies and Ideas. Deep gratitude to our speakers who shared insights on the Sustainable Development Goals and how to build sustainable cities. Hope you learned a lot from our speakers and hoping these learnings translate to deeper understanding in the new developments in your fields of study. Special thanks to the people behind the scenes who have worked hard to make this two-day event possible. Thank you to our participants for listening attentively to the various talks, and I hope you enjoyed the program as listening to the different speakers and the reflections that came afterwards. So thank you very much.
Hey, thank you, Dr. Howell, for that closing remark. Okay. Moving on to our program, the link as we move to the end of our program, the link for the evaluation form can now be accessed. So these QR codes found here on the presentation, kindly scan this QR code depending on the parallel session which you have attended. You may scan each of the QR code for parallel A and so on. If you attended parallel A, kindly scan that QR code since this is specifically for that parallel session. The same link will be posted by our chat moderators through the Zoom chat box. And this evaluation will only be open starting now until 6 p.m. of today only. Again, the evaluation form will only be open from 2:43 onwards until 6 p.m. Okay, some few announcement before we end this conference. The Triicon 2023 is a free conference organized by the Trinity University of Asia and is open for participants who have committed their full time in attending the whole conference. As oriented in the conference house rules, during the plenary and each parallel session, an attendee must be able to join all the sessions, including the plenary and their selected parallel sessions, and answer the evaluation form to receive a certificate of completion. Ample time was provided during all the sessions to answer the attendance form. So kindly understand that for you to receive a certificate of completion, especially for those who are availing of the CPD credit units, you have to have accomplished the attendance, all of the attendance. And again, answer the evaluation form that is posted here. Attendees who were able to complete the attendance and answer the form will receive their certificates via email. Certificates will be sent after we have verified all the attendance and the evaluation of all of the participants. Again, to remind you, evaluation form will only be open until 6 p.m. today. And finally, for participants who need a copy of the conference program, the program is available for downloading in the Triicon website, and you may also view the same program in the TUA Facebook page. We would like to thank all the participants who joined in the conference from its opening plenary session to the parallel session and up until to this closing plenary session. Again, this has been Johanna Rachel San Pedro, Research Associate of the University Research and Development Center of the Trinity University of Asia. Thank you for attending, and we hope to see you again in our future events. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you, and see you on our next events. So for those who were asking what is the profession code that would be put in the evaluation form, just kindly type in there your profession. Just type in the profession code. Okay, I hope that's clear to our CPD attendees. Thank you very much.